Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. Clerk, if I don't, we need to call the roll. Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Chair Kemp.
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Hagan.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Overman.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
White.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. First, we're going to have the pledge and the invocation by our chaplain, Commissioner White. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask that everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation. We'll begin with the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, I pray that you'll guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important decisions today. As always, I pray that you will bless and guide our first responders and members of our armed forces, keep them safe each and every day. I ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner White. We'll receive 2 recognitions and a memorandum today. The recipients are joining the meeting virtually. Commissioner Overman will present the first recognition. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Let's see. Are the following individuals with us this morning? I'm looking for Sharon Nelson from the Children's Cancer Center, Mary Masulio from the One Voice Foundation, Dr. Amy Firestein from the Kids Cancer Connection, and Tim Heberlein, whose son has been battling cancer for the past 2 years. Are you all on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being here today. The life of a child should be filled with joy, hope, and love. And yet, according to the American Cancer Society, approximately 10,500 children in the United States under the age of 15 will be diagnosed with cancer in 2021. This is one of the most heartbreaking statistics our nation faces today. It is good news, though, because the major treatment advances made in the recent decades, as well as the work of the national and local nonprofit organizations, children have a better chance of battling and winning the war against this horrible disease. 3 of these organizations whose work has been instrumental in helping children in need are the Children's Cancer Center, One Voice Foundation, and the Kids Cancer Connection. For their hard work and commitment, I am proud to present them with this proclamation declaring September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And with that, I'm going to read the proclamation. It reads, whereas according to the National Cancer Institute, cancer is the most common cause of death by disease among children in the United States. And whereas cancer is detected in nearly 16,000 children between the birth and 19 years of age nationwide each year, 1 in 6 children diagnosed with the disease loses their battle with cancer. And whereas many infants, children, and teens suffer long-term health effects from the comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers, and whereas One Voice Foundation, Children's Cancer Center, and Children's Cancer Connection are nonprofit organizations that provide a variety of services to children undergoing cancer treatment at hospitals in the Tampa Bay region and throughout Florida, improving the lives of children and their families. And whereas hospitals providing vital services to children undergoing cancer treatment include Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, St. Joseph's Children's Hospital, and Children's Medical Center at the Tampa General Hospital. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissions of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Hillsborough County and urges all residents to support the mission of the American Cancer Fund for Children, One Voice Foundation, Children Cancer Center, and Kids Cancer Connection, as the organizations works to improve the lives of young people and their family coping with this disease. Executed this 22nd day of September 2021, signed by all 7 commissioners. And with that, I'd like to invite our recipients to offer some comments or a few words. Ms. Nelson, would you like to start?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the commissioners and everyone on today. On behalf of the Children's Cancer Center and the families that we serve in our community, we want to thank you for recognizing Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. CCC is dedicated to serving our families and their children who are battling cancer and chronic blood disorders with the emotional, financial, and educational support necessary to cope with their life-threatening illness. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments and those words. Thank you. Ms. Messalino? You're muted, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for your time and for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. The One Voice Foundation has 4 major focuses. First of all, our family support programs. We support children emotionally, educationally, and financially here in the West Tampa area and West Florida area. Our second focus is our research. We fund and operate the only pediatric independent research lab here in Tampa Bay under the direction of Cameron Tebby, who is developing the vaccine for leukemia. Our third focus is legislation. We travel to Capitol Hill twice a year. We're actually in D.C. this week right now, where we meet with senators and our Congress to advocate for pediatric cancer issues and bills that are up on the Hill. Our fourth focus is the One Voice Academy. We have partnered with the Hillsborough County Schools to open the One Voice Academy, which is the first school in the United States specifically for children with cancer, and it's located right here in Hillsborough County. I am a pediatric cancer social worker. 3 years into my career, my own child was diagnosed with cancer and passed away and wanted to go to school. So I want to give a shout out to our Hillsborough County Schools as well for this amazing partnership.
Thank you for those fine words and the work that you do. Dr. Firestein, would you like to offer some comment?
I would, thank you. So we would just like to thank the Hillsborough County for recognizing Childhood Cancer Awareness Month for September. We really appreciate the support as it allows children and their families to know that they are remembered and cared for while facing such a challenge, especially in times like we've had recently where there's so much going on in the world. It's through raising awareness that there have been so many advances in childhood cancer over the years. And it is awareness that allows organizations such as Kids Cancer Connection to be able to provide for these families. So again, thank you for your time and supporting these brave and courageous children.
Thank you so very much. And the last, but certainly not least, my dear friend, and I've been watching the process that his family is dealing with helping their son, who's just adorable, go through this process. And it really does take a community and a family to support a family that's going through this type of process. So, Mr. Heberlein, would you like to offer some thoughts?
Thank you, Commissioner Overman. I just want to say first, it's an honor to be on the same agenda as Ms. Delores. I'm glad she meant a lot to me, and I'm glad she's being honored today. And thank you, Commissioner and County Commission. My name is Tim Heberlein. And for full disclosure, I work down the street as a legislative aide for City Council. But more importantly, I'm Remy's dad. Remy is, how old are you today? 4. And he's actually spent more time on treatment than not. He's gone through dozens of spinal tap-surgeries, intrathecal chemotherapy, lost most of his hair during delayed intensification that was growing back with a vengeance. And we've been practicing social distancing and isolation since before it was cool, since before COVID. And I'll be honest, when we get the diagnosis, it was pretty tough. We were terrified, right? We didn't know leukemia treatment had advanced since my wife and I were kids, and it's still a pretty terrifying journey dealing with days after chemotherapy when you don't know, your kid is constantly sick or after steroids or you don't know which Remy you're going to get, if it's going to be the angry, aggressive Remy or eating 3 pounds of Paw Patrol mac and cheese Remy. It just depends on the day. But we've spent so much, we've been so fortunate to meet so many great, incredible people. They say it's the worst club that you never want to be a part of, but we are definitely amongst really good company. Some of the most amazing people I've known, I've met on this unexpected journey. And community members like, we're friends that have changed my life and Remy's life, and we're so grateful. You don't realize how big your community is until you really need them. Members like the Children's Cancer Center, a place that has hosted so many great events for our boys, safe and fun parties when we wasn't sure where safe and fun it was anymore and where we could go. And we're proud to be an ambassador family for the CCC, and so grateful for them. And Marianne and One Voice, thank you so much for all the incredible programs that you do, and the tutoring program on Tuesday. My kids will never want to leave, so thank you so much for that. Also just want to give a really quick shout out for Lauren Nunn and the team at the Pediatric Cancer Foundation, Tara at the Apple a Day Foundation, Kylie and the team at Savvy Giving by Design. Boyd's got a brand new design room, and they do amazing things for the community. My friend Kristen Gray, who started Finn's Fighters, committed to raising awareness and support for families, and it also became a place to honor Finn and our kids who, we don't know where their cancer journey will go, but wherever we go, we do it together. I also wanted to say I've also got to be involved with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and I'm with the state advocacy lead. And with that, I just, it's important that, as Marianne mentioned, that our legislators are doing enough. It's important to recognize this month, and also the things that we can do about it, like, fully funding cancer research and putting an end to cancer, like the president mentioned in his first joint speech to Congress, and fully funding the STAR Act and NIH budget so that we can end cancer. So I'll close today. I want to thank my friends. They're the only reason why I'm standing. My friends, my family, my parents, and strangers. Honestly, this is the hardest journey that we've ever been on, and we are fortunate to have so many people lift us up. And we still know we have far going to combat this disease. So if you feel like getting involved, give $1, give a day to volunteer. Let me know. I'll gladly point you all in the right direction. So thank you, Commissioner Overman, and thank you to the County Commissioners. It's very good to see you all, and thank you again for honoring this month as Children's Cancer Awareness Month.
Tim, thank you so much for all those words and recognizing so many people that are in this fight. Love so much to your family, and Remy is a hero. So we love his warrior spirit getting through this, and it does take a village here. So thank you so much. Chair, it is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for that recognition. And I know a lot of us followed Tim's son's journey and the family's journey on Facebook and other in the community. So we're with you, and I'm glad for that this morning. Our next recognition will be presented by Commissioner White. Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Suzanne Holcomb, Hillsborough County Fair Manager, with us this morning?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Very good. It's great to have you this morning.
Thank you.
So I have to tell you, this is one of my favorite times of year. The beginning of fall means it's time for the Hillsborough County Fair. And who doesn't love the fair? The sights, the sounds, the multi-talented participants and exhibitors, and of course those wonderful smells and treats. We're fortunate to have the best county fair in the Sunshine State, and that recognizes Hillsborough County's agrarian roots and fantastic progress throughout the years. Made possible by Ms. Holcomb and a dedicated board of directors, the Hillsborough County Fair truly has something for everyone. It has grown every year in terms of excitement and facilities, and I could not be prouder to present the following proclamation. But before I do so, I'm going to just go off script for a moment and just say that of our 3 local fairs and festivals, this one was hit the hardest by the COVID pandemic because it's held in the fall. They didn't get to have the county fair last year because we were at the height of the first wave of the COVID pandemic. But they still found a way to hold, even though they didn't have the outright fair, they still found a way to support our youth in terms of having the Harvest Queen Scholarship Pageant and also the livestock exhibits and auctions, which have supported our youth. And as you all know, that's huge mechanism towards college funding for many of the kids in our community. So in my humble opinion, it's more important than ever this year to get out and support the Hillsborough County Fair. For those of you who have not attended, it's a wonderful experience. It's easy to get to. It's just a straight shot down Highway 60 and a great, great local county fair. So with that being said, I'm going to read this proclamation into the record. And it reads, whereas fairs are an American tradition that bring neighbors together and strengthen the social fabric of our communities. And whereas Hillsborough County has a rich history of excellence in agriculture, education, and industry. And whereas the Hillsborough County Fair showcases this heritage while providing entertainment, education, and competition in a fun, family-friendly setting. And whereas the fair includes traditional events such as livestock shows, cooking contests, arts and crafts, and the Harvest Queen pageant that highlight the skills and talents of people in the community. And whereas a midway featuring exciting rides and a diverse assortment of vendors is the fair's centerpiece and will engage attendees of all ages. And whereas the continued growth and success of the fair, which draws thousands of people over parts of 2 weeks, is a testament to the quality of its programming. And whereas the Hillsborough County Fair is an opportunity for friends and neighbors to gather in fellowship and celebrate the many ways their positive contributions have strengthened the community. And whereas the fair's 2021 theme, From Wagon Wheels to Ferris Wheels, celebrates Hillsborough County's history and growth. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare September 23rd through September 26th and September 30th through October 3rd, 2021 as Hillsborough County Fair Days in Hillsborough County, and urges all residents to attend the event and celebrate the county's rich heritage. Executed this 22nd day of November 2021, of course signed by all 7 of the commissioners. It's a real pleasure to present this, and Ms. Holcomb, I would like to invite you to say a few words at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your kind words. We are really excited about this year's fair opening that will open tomorrow. But I do want to say on behalf of the 2021 Hillsborough County Fair Board of Directors and our over 250 volunteers and staff at the fair, we thank the Board of County Commissioners for your unwavering support of our county fair. The county fair annually provides a safe, educational, and family environment for our community to come out and enjoy the fair. And we thank you again for your support and for the proclamation of our Hillsborough County Fair Days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair?
Thank you. And Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Commissioner White, thank you so much for celebrating this. This is, for me and my grandson, this is one of our most favorite things to do, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow as the fair opens up. So thanks so much for celebrating this. This is great. It's an important part of our economy. It's a very important part of helping the students and young people understand the value of agriculture in our farming community and all the wonderful things that we learn in that process. Thanks so much.
Thank you, and it's fun. Commissioner Myers, will you now present the last recognition?
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. Are Enrique and Addison Grayson here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Last month, Hillsborough County lost a prominent community leader. Delores Grayson was a woman who combined her dedication for political and social causes with her optimism, energy, and love for Hillsborough County. She will always be appreciated for her tireless work and her desire to help create a better society for us all. She was well known, respected, and cherished by businesses and political communities. Her fellow parishioners at Bible-Based Fellowship Church and her family who are here with us today. She will be deeply missed by us all. And I'd just like to add a personal comment before I continue to read. I can see your mother smiling now. At our DEC meetings on the third Monday night, she would be with my sorority sister, Sandra Davis, and the two would always be seated ahead of me, and she would turn around with this beautiful smile and say, "Oh, you made it, and on time." And I would say, "Yes, but you know I'm campaigning coming from somewhere else." But just the smile she had as she greeted everyone she knew and came across. So I'm honored to present this memoriam to her sons, Enrique and Addison, in celebration of her accomplishments by Delores Grayson. It reads, whereas the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners recognizes individuals who commitment and dedication have made a lasting impact on the community and its residents, and one such person is Delores Grayson, community activist who passed away on August 11th, 2021. And whereas Ms. Grayson was born in December 18th, 1946 in Sanford, Florida, to Thelma and Johnny Lawrence Grayson, and whereas after relocating to Tampa and making Hillsborough County her home, she graduated from Middleton High School and earned her Associate of Arts degree from Hillsborough Community College. And whereas Ms. Grayson honed her skills and talents serving as an underwriter and claim adjuster for MetLife and Liberty Mutual until her retirement, and whereas her commitment for local political activism was well known and respected, leading her to serve as a membership chair of the Hillsborough County Democratic Caucus, a member of the Hillsborough County Democratic Executive Committee, a healthcare lead of Organized Florida, Florida Rising, and a long-standing member of the Black Business Bus Tour. And whereas Ms. Grayson was an avid volunteer filled with enthusiasm and joy, and she served on numerous issues-based campaigns, including Medicare for All, affordable housing, health care, the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, and whereas a dedicated advocate who kept her community informed with determination and a wide smile, Ms. Grayson worked diligently in voter registration, raising voter awareness about candidates, and assisting individuals in getting their rights restored. And whereas Ms. Grayson's devotion for the Bible-based Fellowship Church of Tampa Terrace was revealed by her fellow parishioners, especially her service in the choir, where she was a sign language choir leader, further illustrating her compassion and selflessness to her community. And whereas although the loss of this outstanding woman is difficult to bear, her legacy lives on through the improvements she made to the community in a way she influenced others to make a difference, and in all those lives she touched. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does urge all residents to join in expressing both sorrow and appreciation to her children, Keturah, Enrique, and Addison, her 6 grandchildren, and her 6 great-grandchildren. This board hopes and takes solemn in the many cherished memories and positive impacts Delores Grayson made on this community during her lifetime. Executed this 22nd day of September 2021, signed by all 7 county commissioners. Gentlemen, handsome gentlemen, would you all like to share some word or comments, please?
This is Addison. I just want to say thank you. I really didn't know my mom was deep into all the things that she did. I knew she was a very active and busy person, but I didn't know she was this far into the community here in Hillsborough County. And I just want to say thank you again to all you guys that provided this to us.
And thank you for your comments. Last night, I texted several of your mother's friends to let them know that we were going to be presenting this memoriam this morning. And thank you, Candy Lowe, for bringing this up at Tea and Conversation on the 4th Saturday in August. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I'm getting quite a bit of feedback on my mic today. And I want to thank all our recipients for joining us today and for everything they do to help make Hillsborough County the best county in the United States. I'm sorry. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. And,
I think your mic isn't on.
thank you. Yeah, I was turning that off to see if that was the feedback. Commissioner Myers, thank you so much for bringing this forward. It's really appropriate that we recognize Ms. Grayson's passing here. The passing of Delores Grayson is a great loss to the community. I got to know Delores through her community work, and she was always so kind to me and warm that I miss her. And all the mics have, okay. I got to know Delores through her community work, but she was a tireless volunteer who took on leadership roles not for the recognition, but and not for any personal advancement or recognition or anything else, just because there was work that needed doing. And she would step up when there was work that needed doing. Delores was a very special person whose work came from her big heart. And from the first time I met Delores, I was struck by her warmth and kindness the very first time. And so I would like her family to know that she will be greatly missed by many, and that she is honored for her heart as well as her work. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank all the recipients for joining us today and for everything they do to make Hillsborough County a great place to live. And with that, we will move to Ms. Wise and the changes to the agenda.
Thank you. We have one item that has been deferred to a date to be determined. This is item A7. This was setting a public hearing regulating fertilizers containing nitrogen with unincorporated Hillsborough County. We have one revision. Item B5, this is a correction to the amount, is to approve the agreements with the Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration for participation in the low-income pool, disproportionate share, and related intergovernmental transfer programs. The correct amount is not to exceed $43,107,485. Our items for time certain, we have one public hearing. Item D1 is to approve a public-private county road construction agreement between Hillsborough County and Lennar Homes at 10 a.m. Item G2 at 10:15 is to receive a report on local pandemic-related recovery programs and strategic investments related to COVID-19. Item F4 at 10:30, Commissioner Overman's item, receive a presentation from the Florida Housing Coalition to establish a community land trust, to make an appropriation request, and to bring back a follow-up report. Item G1 at 10:45 is related to item B3. It is to receive the Kimley Horn report on the Ferry project. Item B3, also at 10:45, related to item G1, is to approve a Tampa Bay Passenger Ferry second interim public-private partnership agreement by and between Hillsborough County, HMS Ferries, and the South Swell Development Group. Item B6 at 11 a.m., accept the Florida State Legislation Lobbyist Process Audit Report performed by the County Internal Auditor's Office. Item F2 at 11:15, Commissioner Cohen's item, to approve the resolution as submitted in the backup in support of peaceful protests for democracy and liberty in Cuba. And 11:45, we recess for lunch. Those are the changes to the agenda.
Move the changes.
Thank you, Ms. Wise, we have a motion to move approval
Second.
by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers.
Chair,
Commissioner
my hand is
Hagan,
up.
yes, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. It appears that we're going to have an afternoon session, and I may not be able to be present for the entire meeting, and so I'd like to request if we could take up the board appointments as the first item of the afternoon session. I'd like to respectfully request that. Thank you.
I guess that would be entertained as a motion, or you're saying after public comments?
Yeah, it might be clearer if it's a motion and a second, and then you can vote on it, but it's really the board's discretion.
Right, but would we do that right now? I would think we would wait till the meeting.
Oh, okay, Bonnie's suggesting to wait for the changes to the agenda, and then it would be appropriate at that time, but it's really, there's nothing
We
that
can do
really
it at that
controls
time.
this.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, a second by Commissioner Myers, and seeing no further comments, please do a roll call vote.
Chair Kemp,
Yes?
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, thank you. And we would go on now with public comments, I guess, in our consent agenda, and then take it up.
I think all Commissioner Hagan is asking is if when we come back from lunch, that would just be the first item.
Oh, I'm
after
sorry,
lunch.
I did not understand.
Yes, so, and we could just manage that in my,
Afternoon session.
when
At
I'm
the
doing
time.
the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll move to public comments. The board welcomes comments from citizens about any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to board members. However, it is requested at the same time that when you address the board, the comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. This provides a mutual respect between board members and the public. The board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning, immediately following changes to the agenda for public comment. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comments at the end of the meeting. Anyone who wishes to speak virtually or in person during the meeting may do so by completing the online public comment form found at hcflgov.net/speakup. The form is open for public sign-up 48 hours prior to the start of the meeting. An option is available to notify whether comments will be provided virtually or in person at the meeting. Additionally, in-person speakers will be able to sign up via kiosk or smartphone on the day of the meeting. For participants who wish to speak virtually who have completed the online comment form, an audio call-in number will be provided to you after the form has been received by the county. All speakers will be required to provide their name, email address, and telephone number on the online form. This information is being requested to facilitate the public comment process. Sign-ups for both virtual and in-person public speaking opportunities for public hearings and public comments close at 9 a.m. on the day of the meeting. The chair will call on speakers by name in the order in which their requests have been received. Prioritizations on a first-come, first-served basis. The boardroom and multipurpose room are designated for speakers only, and those who come to County Center to watch the meeting and not speak will be accommodated in the lobby area. Only the first 12 in-person signups will be allowed in the boardroom for public comment. Anyone speaking in the boardroom must wear a mask. The multipurpose room will be available for those residents who sign up to speak after the first 12 people have registered, or for those boardroom or multipurpose room after sharing their comments with the board. All virtual speakers will be muted upon joining the meeting and will be unmuted after recognized by the chair by name. Up to 3 minutes will be allowed for each speaker. And we will start here with our first speaker this morning, Bob Rorlach.
Morning, Commissioner. Bob has not checked in for today's meeting.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Jason Kimball.
Good morning, members of the board. I'd like to start off my public comment by discussing the past two meetings and the presentations that have been presented to the board regarding the COVID-19 data. And most importantly, the follow-up questions that were asked about masking. So 2 meetings ago, it was Dr. Weiss, an epidemiologist with the Department of Health, and Commissioner Overman asked Dr. Weiss if masking measures reduce exposure to COVID-19. It was framed as a yes or no question. You would think a very simple question, yes or no, does it reduce exposure? Dr. Weiss couldn't provide a yes or no. He certainly couldn't provide a yes. And what he ultimately ended up saying is that he has no idea. They don't know. They can't just isolate it to one particular measure. The following meeting, it was Dr. Holt that presented the report, and it was the chair, Commissioner Kemp, that asked kind of a question that could be more easily answered, which was essentially, if you can't vaccinate, is masking the next best thing that you can do? And even with that question, Dr. Holt had to kind of tap dance his way around. Well, you would need a high quality mask, and he ultimately tap danced his way to yes, it would be helpful if you're looking to protect others from getting COVID-19. So now we go to today's report, and we see that, and you'll, when it's presented, of course, see that the numbers are dramatically decreasing, and these are numbers that I don't even agree that should be presented, like as far as positive case numbers and pediatric and college age groups, everything's decreasing without the use of masks, even, admissions into the hospital or emergency department visits. So I'd like to know what's the board's justification for keeping the mask requirement in place for county facilities when these numbers have gone down, the numbers that a lot of people don't even agree that you should even be looking at, have gone down significantly without the use of mandatory masking. And I'd like to know why the board thought that those 2 answers from the previous meeting from Dr. Holt and Dr. Weiss were sufficient to keep the mandatory mask policy in place for the boardroom and for county facilities. So I think that's important, and I hope that you guys really consider it. Please stop making this a political issue. This is not this politicizing of science needs to stop. And secondly, I want to inform the board about a personal experience that I had with Tampa General Hospital. I don't have enough time to go into all of it, but I had a friend that was admitted with COVID-19 who had brain fog, a little bit disorientation, no difficulty breathing, and
your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Okay.
Your time is up. Thank you. Kelly Flannery.
Hello, Commissioners, and good morning. I'm sorry not to be there with you in person today, but glad for the opportunity to address you remotely while traveling. I'm Kelly Flannery, the very proud President and CEO of the South Tampa Chamber of Commerce, representing more than 600 businesses, organizations, and individuals throughout the Tampa Bay area. I'm joining you today to share our support of the extension and expansion of the ferry service to include service between South Hillsborough County and MacDill Air Force Base. The Tampa Bay Chamber, Greater Riverview Chamber, Ybor Chamber, North Tampa Bay Chamber, and Tampa's Downtown Partnership have also announced their support for this project in recent weeks. MacDill Air Force Base is home to the 6th Air Refueling Wing, the 927th Air Refueling Wing, United States Special Operations Command, United States Central Command, and more than 30 other mission partners. With more than 15,000 employees, including active duty and reserve service members and civilians, it is one of the 5 largest employers in our region. Additionally, MacDill will soon be home to the Aviation Support Facility for the Army Reserve Aviation Command and is also being considered for a new Air Force tanker squadron as well, all bringing additional jobs to our area and additional personnel to MacDill. There are many factors at play when decisions like these are made, including community support, affordable housing, education, and quality of life. Basic transportation and infrastructure highly contribute to the quality of life for those who live and work here. And the addition of the South County and MacDill route will improve the commuter experience for thousands of personnel daily, and in turn remove cars from roadways, enhancing the quality of life for those neighborhoods and communities en route to and from the South Tampa area and MacDill. As we work together as community leaders to enhance the lives of our residents and continue to attract new employers to our region, safe and quality transportation services will be and should be the priority for years to come. For an area surrounded by water, it only makes sense to find ways to use this resource to our advantage, and the ferry service is just the start of finding new and innovative ways to move people around. The city of Tampa and Hillsborough County is a desirable place to live, work, and play, as you all know, because you work hard on our behalf every day. Our population will continue to grow each year, and we must work now to make sure we can safely and comfortably accommodate these new residents and provide adequate transportation options and promote a high quality of life. We appreciate your vision to help move our region forward and ask that you approve today the extension and expansion of the ferry service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And in person, Nicholas Glover.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to be heard this morning. Nicholas Glover, Vice President of Advocacy for the Tampa Bay Chamber, here in person. As you heard from the previous speaker, though I'm the only person here in person, I don't come alone. We've got the support of the South Tampa Chamber, the Greater Riverview Chamber, the North Tampa Bay Chamber, as well as the Ybor City Chamber of Commerce, the Tampa Downtown Partnership. And so we're really excited to have this opportunity to be in support of item B3, the extension and expansion of the ferry service, particularly the ability to potentially connect South Hillsborough County and the servicemen and women who live there to MacDill Air Force Base, alleviating some traffic and shortening commutes. We've been supportive of ferry service as a chamber since about 2015. And the support specifically for the South Hillsborough County to MacDill ferry service came out of our Military Advisory Committee, where we heard from servicemen and women as well as civilians about how important it is to improve the quality of life for those folks. And really appreciate, on a personal note, your support as a body, as well as the other interlocal agreement partners with the St. Petersburg, City of St. Petersburg, City of Tampa, and Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be heard this morning.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Paige Drummond.
My name is Paige Drummond, and I'm here again requesting a comptroller audit to evaluate animal control policy and procedure. Since spring, I've been coming to these meetings as a single person, but I just want you to know that although you only hear one voice right now, I represent so many more. This month, we got a chance to survey the community about their experiences with dog attacks in Hillsborough County, and I'd like to speak on those results. Within the past 5 years, 31% of people have been directly affected by a dog attack, and 56% of the remaining respondents know someone who's been experienced a dog attack within the past 5 years. And of those direct experiences, 82% said citations or charges were never filed when they reported. And we gave people the opportunity to explain why, and here's what they said. One person said it happened in the parking lot of a dog park. An unleashed dog hopped out of the car and attacked the victim's leashed dog. However, the animal control officer said, quote, that since it was a dog park, people have to expect something might happen, end quote. We had several comments that said no citations were issued because it's either at a dog park or a dog bar. Another person said initially citations were issued to a dog that was previously known to animal control, but when they followed up, they discovered they were dismissed and no one at animal control could figure out why it was dismissed or who dismissed it, and that was the end of it. Our survey asked on a scale of 1 to 5, are you more or less concerned about dog attacks than you were 5 years ago? 5 being extremely concerned. 56% chose 5 and 20% chose 4, with only 4% choosing 1. And in our email exchanges with animal control, they said they deal with over 200 monthly bite incidents, and we found that to be high. So we submitted public records requests to other counties for their bite records to calculate their averages over the last 12 months. Hillsborough County has a population of 1.47 million. Orange County is a little under at 1.3 and averaged 131 bites between September 2020 and September 2021. Palm Beach has a slightly higher population at 1.49, and they averaged 149 bites over the same time period. And at 2.7 million, Miami-Dade has the highest population in the state of Florida, and their average is 147. So how does a county like Hillsborough, that's half the size, outpace a larger counterpart like Miami? What we're seeing is a pattern of animal control failing to recognize animal-to-animal bite incidents as valid complaints, even though the state statute is very comprehensive about it, and it's leading to more attacks that could have been prevented. We asked participants if they would like the county to conduct an audit of dangerous dog investigations to ensure they meet state standards. 88% of people said yes, 9% said maybe, and only 3% said no. Our surveys covered several other questions that I can't fit into the 3 minutes, but I'd love to discuss further with the commissioners. And I hope this board understands that to this point, not once have we ever asked to change any laws. We've only ever asked you to uphold the ones you've already agreed to. So again, I'm requesting a comptroller audit to evaluate animal control policy and procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Dowell?
Morning, board. I'm sick of coming up here. I'm pretty sure you guys are probably sick of hearing me as well. There's something more important right now, ma'am? Just curious. I noticed when the other gentleman spoke, he had full attention. I just want to make sure I had it as well. Thank you. I've read you guys the Florida Constitution. I have gone through it explicitly, Article 1, Section 1 to, I've done a number of them, probably 4 or 5 different as well. I'm curious, can anybody at this board please tell me which authority is giving you the ability to mandate a mask within this building or any other in this city? Let the record show, no answers. You know it's unlawful. It's gone to court. District Court of Appeals has actually found mask mandates to be unlawful. Apparently talking is not doing enough, and it appears that lawsuits are going to end up having to go down that path for you infringing ma'am. Commissioner Kemp.
Excuse me, you shouldn't be calling out individual commissioners.
I'm just making sure you're paying attention since this is public comment time. Thank you. I know some of you have further aspirations for mayor and further going on to other offices within Congress. I'm pretty sure that these public comments are going to continue to come up. I'm pretty sure that if lawsuits, actually I believe there's a couple of them already in the place, go forward, that's going to make your opportunities running for mayor, running for Congress, or any other body that you should choose to run for awfully hard. We're building up coalitions behind the scenes right now to constantly track this stuff and share this information out to the public. I ask you to do the right thing. I will continue to come down here to speak on behalf of the people who work in this building and other buildings who do not want to have to wear a mask because there have not been any verifiable proof that masks are even effective. I thank you for your time, and I hope that I don't have to keep coming down here. Please do the right thing. Unmask your people. Thank you.
Adrian Godsell. Adrian Godsell.
She has not showed up, we understand.
Okay. Mauricio Rosas.
President. Mauricio Rosas, thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to be heard this morning. Just briefly, I want to go on the segue real quick. From August 31st to September 18th, 6,707 Floridians have died because of COVID, and in total, 51,884 people have died. That was my tangent. I'm talking to, as the project of the ever-widening I-275 north of the downtown interchange continues, it is now clear the highway will have lanes built outside of the current structure. These lanes will run from the downtown interchange north just shy of Hannah Avenue. In recent meetings with FDOT, we have learned that there will be reconstruction of the Hillsborough Avenue underpass and Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Mr. Rosas, I'm sorry.
Some artwork. Yes.
I think we're having a little trouble hearing you, or other commissioners. I'm not sure if you can get a little volume on your side.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit better.
How is this? Better? Better?
Yes,
Better?
go
Okay,
ahead.
checking. Okay, so,
Go ahead.
I don't know where you started. So I did mention that the downtown interchange from the downtown interchange north, the lanes will be widened outside of the current structure, so new concrete will be poured. My concern is that the underpasses of Hillsborough and Martin Luther King are being rebuilt completely. Those at Chelsea and Osborne will simply have some artwork, fencing, and a 5-foot barrier wall to keep homeless people from seeking shelter in the underpass. They have committed to building noise walls on both east and west side of the project and nothing else. The damage made to the adjacent roads will not be repaired by FDOT. They have no plans to add additional sidewalks that extend past the underpass. FDOT has made an impressive presentation about issues on Osborne Avenue but have not committed to building full sidewalks from Florida Avenue to Nebraska Avenue. This, along with Chelsea Avenue, are main corridors for our kids walking to and from school, and sidewalks extending out from the underpasses must be included in this project. The request for sidewalks is not meritless. Florida statute requires kids to walk to school if they live within a 2-mile radius. The rule for safe conditions is clear. It states it shall be considered a hazardous walking condition with respect to any road along which students must walk in order to go to and from school. These kids are walking to and from school within Tampa's historic urban core, which has the highest incidence of car crashes. It makes sense for the board and the state to include funds to expand sidewalks as part of this widening. We should ask FDOT to revisit the plans and build back better.
Mr. Rosas, are you finished? Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I may have Gloria Casanova.
Good morning. My name is Gloria Casanova. I live here in Hillsborough County, and I just wanted to bring to the attention of the board. I am a frequent visitor to a few dog parks here in Hillsborough County, and I have all dogs that I currently own. So when I go into the last dog park that I visited about a couple of weeks ago, I noticed that all of the dog bowls, the pools, and also the water hoses have been removed from the dog park. In place of that, what happened was that they put metal plates over the water spigots, and they installed some type of water dispensing unit that is extremely small, that you can now have to use a button to press it and maintain pressure on it for about 3 to 5 minutes just to get enough water for the dogs and the animals to actually enjoy during this type of heat. I'm not sure exactly why that has happened, although I can guess that it was probably related to a COVID situation. And I'm sure that, as the commissioners know, and everybody, is pretty much familiar with a lot of the CDC guidelines and things that are happening. We have 99-degree temperatures here in Hillsborough County. We have had a very brutal summer. According to some of the documentations out there by the CDC, it is nearly impossible for a virus to sustain any type of life in 110 heat index out here. And I think that for the dog parks to have the water hoses removed poses more of a danger to the animal overheating than to just leave them there. Now, with that being said, we do have that touch mechanism, water fountain type, so it streams more or less similar to your refrigerator, where you put your water to have it dispensed from a filter. That's kind of what has been replaced. And I'm sure that it's been a cost for Hillsborough County. Probably not the best solution, and also cost effective, not the best way or route to have gone. I really would like for you guys to reconsider and put the water hoses back there for the animals so that they can run free in this heat condition and also have the privilege of enjoying water, hosing them down when it gets extremely hot. I don't think that's the COVID situation. I don't think there's any type of transmission that's going to occur. In regards to that, you left the benches out, and the benches, people are sitting there under the cover as well. So it can't be a touch situation where now it poses more of a hazard where you're having your hand on that button to get water released. So that's pretty much the end of my comments, and I just hope that you guys give that into consideration and also return the water hoses and the bowls and the pools back to the playground. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll just, is Mr. Rorlach present virtually? Okay.
No, Madam Chair, he's not present.
Thank you. And seeing that he's not, that closes our public comment this morning. Thank you. And we will move now to our regular agenda. Ms. Wise.
Yes, we have a few minutes before our 10 o'clock, so we could move to the regular agenda.
No, we did not do our consent agenda.
I'm so sorry.
So let me move to consent.
Yes, let's do that.
And with that, we'll move to our consent agenda. And do we have any?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to move approval by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Seeing no further discussion, can we do a roll call vote?
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And with that, we will move to our regular agenda. Ms. Wise.
Yes, and Commissioner Kemp, if it's okay, if we can go to B2, I think that could be pretty quick, B2 and B4, maybe before 10 o'clock, as opposed to going to B1, if that's all right?
Sure.
Okay. Item B2 is going to be presented by Ron Barton with Economic Development, and this is to approve an agreement with the Tampa Convention Center for some matched funds. So with that, we'll turn it over to Ron Barton.
Thank you, Ms. Wise, and good morning, Commissioners. Ron Barton, Assistant County Administrator for Economic Prosperity. This is item B2. This is to modify an existing agreement between Hillsborough County and the City of Tampa related to future capital improvements to the Tampa Convention Center. The modification simply adds an additional 8 years to the existing term of the agreement. Called for in the agreement is basically a matching program where the City of Tampa matches the county's tourist development tax 1-for-1 to a maximum of $2 million a year each year, again extending for an additional 8 years after the term of the existing agreement. Also with me is Rob Rosner from the City of Tampa. He's the Director of Economic Opportunity. We both are available to answer any questions about the agreement, or Rob certainly can answer any questions related to the city's capital program at the Convention Center. Madam Chair, we're at your disposal.
Thank you. And Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I know that we're in the process of making some changes to our MBE program, and I know the city has an excellent MBE program. Has there been any conversation regarding the $16 million for the MBE program on the county's dollar in conjunction with the City of Tampa to fund this project as it relates to MBE? Thank you.
Mr. Barton, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Actually, Rob's here to answer that question. As you noted, the city has their own minority participation program as well. And I think he has some good news to share relative to not just an application of the county's funds, but the entire project.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here today. Rob Rosner, Director of Economic Opportunity for the City of Tampa. We have a commitment for our EBO, which our equal business opportunity is what we call it here. It's the MBE. We have a commitment of 30% for the entire $37 million that we're going to be spending on this project for this contract moving forward with the Scansett Corporation.
That's excellent.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay. With that.
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. And I'll just add that for some number of years, before I even knew who owned the convention center and who was, that any modifications were planned, I've said from this dais, I've talked about, I would very, very much like to see the convention center solar paneled. It would save on operating costs, but it would also be a message to everyone about who we are. And I'm reminded of it every time I look out of the windows from a higher building. I know that as well. The mayor has spoken to it, and I've repeated it at several meetings here with regards to the tourist development tax that we have, as well as any modifications, and as well as the tourist development council meeting. So I'm pleased to hear that, I had several calls from the mayor's office with regards to moving this ahead. And I'll just say, while it isn't explicitly in here, I'd really like to see that happen. I think it's really, really very important for us. So with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman. We have a second by Commissioner Cohen. Yes, Commissioner Cohen.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Commissioner Kemp. Thank you for raising that. Let me just ask a question. Is this something, because it's a multi-year agreement, that's going to come back to the board every year? Do we anticipate, or is this the last we'll see of it? Because we could track the progress on that, Commissioner Kemp, if this comes back to us at any point during the course of the agreement. I'm thinking.
Yes, Commissioner Cohen, it's Ron Barton, if I could. Again, the modification extends for an additional 8 years, but this is, in fact, about the fourth modification. So to your point, we anticipate, particularly given the chairwoman's feedback on the solar panel issue, the city's pledged to come back to the TDC at the next meeting, full report on their feasibility assessment of the solar panels, and to your point, if we feel it's a justified expenditure and a worthy project, we can always modify the agreement to add additional funding that would match any city funding on the project. So the city's committed to come back and report on that subject to the TDC in November.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for the question. Appreciate that. And thank you for the information, Mr. Barton. And I know the city has interest, but since I've stated it repeatedly, I just wanted to bring it forward again because I think it's really very significant and important. Commissioner Overman.
Thank you. And I'm really glad we're having this conversation. Many years ago, when I sat on the Budget and Finance Committee for the city, there was a significant conversation about the energy cost of the convention center. Huh. So if in the process of looking at resiliency, climate change, all the other resources that are now available to actually support an effort like this, I would look forward to getting a report from the city on how they move forward on this and be really creative on how to make sure it gets done, because the energy usage at that location is significant. And I think it would help everybody's budget by finding a resilient way of actually affording it. Thank you so much for the recommendation or the comments.
And with that,
Madam Chair, may I offer some information on that topic?
Sure. I'm not sure who's speaking at this moment.
This is Rob Rosser from the city.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I have about 4 different screens here. Some of them have names on them and some don't. Okay. Go ahead. Sure, Mr. Rosner.
Thank you. I wanted to offer to you that in the current contract, there is a significant amount of money that's being used to replace a number of our lighting processes with LED lighting to shorten those bills, as well as to make it more sustainable and reduce our costs and maintenance as well. So we're incorporating a number of green technologies in this, and I can't remember which level of LED certification we're getting. I want to say we're getting gold in this process. And I can confirm that with you, but we have put significant efforts to make other sustainability improvements beyond just trying to get solar on the roof. So We're doing that citywide, but specifically, I believe we got gold on the convention center. So I'll verify the level, but we did go after a LEED certification, and we did receive it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosner, too. That is excellent information as well. I've also always looked at just energy efficiencies because they as well are extremely important. So the LED lighting and any other energy efficiencies are all things that will contribute. And I think one thing about the solar panels is that you can as well see them from any place, and that sends a message. But obviously, you can do a lot of energy savings with all kinds of measures like that. So that's wonderful to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And with that, seeing no further comments at this time, as I said, with my several screens here, I think we will have a roll call vote.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wise.
Thank you. We can go back to item D1. This is a public hearing to approve the public-private county road construction agreement between Hillsborough County and Lennar Homes. And we do have one person who has signed up to speak. Jim Hudak is here to present this item.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Hudak, Capital Programs Department. Commissioners, this is a public hearing to consider entering into a public-private county road construction agreement with Lennar Homes, LLC, pursuant to Section 33671 of the Florida statutes. The agreement provides that Lennar will construct certain portions of the extension of County Road 672 past Omar Boulevard, and the county will reimburse Lennar for doing so up to $2,091,000 with a $50,000 contingency. Lennar is already obligated by zoning conditions to design the roadway segment and to construct portions of it at its own expense. By having Lennar construct the segments it has already designed but is not obligated to construct, using the same contractor who is constructing Lennar's section, the county will recognize the cost savings. Per the certified cost estimate by the county's consulting engineer, which was reviewed and approved by the county engineer, the cost savings is estimated at $520,033. This cost estimate is in the record as part of the backup for the agenda item. Section 33671 of the Florida statutes permits a county to enter into an agreement with a public entity to complete a county road construction project if the county finds at a public hearing that the following 5 factors are met. Doing so is in the best interest of the public. County funds would only be used for portions of the project that would be part of the county road system. Adequate safeguards are in place to ensure that there are no additional costs or unreasonable service disruptions. Upon completion, the road will be part of the county road system owned by the county. And finally, that there's a financial benefit because the project will be completed at a cost to the public significantly lower than the project were constructed by the county using the normal procurement process. Staff has reviewed these 5 factors and determined that they have been met and recommends approval of the agreement. This is a public hearing. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we have one speaker, Michael Brooks. Is Mr. Brooks there?
Michael, I believe you're muted. We'll be unmuting you. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Michael Brooks. For the record, I'm an attorney for Lennar Homes. Address is 400 Northeast Tampa Street, Suite 1910, and I have been sworn. Jim has, I think, done a good job of summarizing the crux of the agreement. I'm really here for any questions you might have. Lennar is glad that it's able to assist the county with a much more efficient construction phasing, and I want to make clear for the record that Lennar is front-ending the construction costs for this at its own expense. It will be reimbursed, but there are no management fees or other financial benefits that are coming to Lennar. So we're just trying to be a good partner. That's all.
Thank you. And seeing no further public comment, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I just want to I'd say I very much appreciate staff and with the attorney's office and everybody else that's been involved in some clarification of the text to better understand how the impact fees would be used or not used in this project. And I appreciate everybody working on those last details. I am really excited to see this Paseo El Mar road system in this area that has really been suffering with traffic for so long, and I'm starting to be optimistic that we are going to be able to address this working together with the private sector. So I am happy to move approval.
And I'll second that.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner White, and I think Commissioner Overman. Hearing no further comments, it does, after hearing all that we've heard from South County about the issues there, I just was pleased to see on a map where, exactly what it will do. I'd seen it sometimes before, but to think that it could be soon, I agree, Commissioner Smith. It looks like it will be a much needed kind of part of a master grid across the area to help move traffic. And with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Whites and Overman. And can we do a roll call vote?
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise.
Right, we're on a good roll here. So as far as timing goes, so we do have a few minutes before our 10:15. Maybe we could jump to item B4 and Chief Jones to speak about the SAFER grant that we are receiving, and which really want to give big credit to Chief Jones and his staff for applying and receiving the SAFER grant, and he can explain more.
Thank you, Ms. Wise and members of the board. This is a request to accept the 2020 Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, or SAFER grant, with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It is in the amount of $11,821,595.10, which will fund 47 entry-level firefighters positions over the 3-year period. The period of performance is from February 27th, 2022 through 2025. We have to have those individuals hired prior to that date. I'm actively interviewing and preparing to hire them now, pending the approval of this. This is to staff the 2 new stations, 45 and 46, which are the two of the 24 called out, the 24 stations by 2030, and request your approval.
Okay, and we have Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. This is really outstanding. I will tell you, if this was the only thing that happened today at this meeting, it would be an outstanding day. 47 new positions to augment our existing operation is huge, and my understanding is that the chief deserves an enormous amount of credit for aggressively going after these grants. So I just want to say, on I'm sure all of our behalf, this is really terrific, and I'm thrilled to move approval of it, and just know that we're really making progress in an area that all of us have expressed a lot of concern over in the past year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I'll keep this brief. And I want to thank the chief. You know, I've always been a great proponent of looking for partners in funding our efforts. And in this area where we really truly need the personnel to keep our citizens safe, reaching out and grabbing this grant and working so hard to get it is an instrumental part of our leadership. And I'm really happy to see that this has been attained, and I look forward to seeing how we're able to deploy the folks that will actually keep our communities safe. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes, just to pile on real quick. I want to congratulate Chief Jones and the staff for getting this huge grant. You know, we are always grateful for all the work that our fire rescue personnel does, our first responders in so many ways, and with being stretched so thin in terms of resources. But they've been doing a really good work getting these safer grants to help us expand our fire rescue services. So just thanks very much. It's another testament to the wide range of contributions that our fire rescue services make to our community in all the way to helping to pay for them. So thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further comments, I'll pile on too, because our county administrator has also let us know that there has, I guess, not been much in the past in terms of applying for these opportunities. So a real credit to Chief Jones. Good work, and we're all appreciative. And with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Myers. And seeing no further discussion, a roll call vote, please.
Chair Kemp,
Yes?
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you. We can now move to item G2, which is our pandemic-related data and recovery programs and COVID report. And we have Tim Dudley and Dr. Holt on the line to give a brief report.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll be providing a brief update on current COVID operations from the EOC. Testing continues to decrease within the county. Positivity rate of rapid tests of county test sites averaged 13.4% last week. Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa managed testing sites account for around 28% of the testing results within the county. We looked at the pharmacy testing availability, and wait times have improved. Most locations have appointments in 1 to 2 days. We've also found some locations have testing appointments same day. Vaccines are still available at the Lee Davis Community Resource Center. Private providers are currently administering third doses to immunocompromised individuals. Vaccines are available same day at pharmacy providers and other organizations with access to the vaccine. Antibody treatment is still available at King Forest Park. The site is open daily from 9 to 5. This operation will be extended into October. And several targeted vaccination events were conducted this past week. 3 area high schools hosted vaccine events this past weekend. The Hillsborough County Department of Health continues to lead the targeted vaccine area mission. This concludes my update.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And is Dr. Holt next?
Yes.
Okay, great. Dr. Holt, you're recognized, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Dr. Doug Holt, Florida Department of Health, Hillsborough County. I will present the latest data on our epidemiology of the pandemic, hospital status, and overall vaccination within our community. If I may have the first slide, please.
Communications. Okay.
Are we having issues here?
There we go.
Yes, next slide, please. This is the report that we've been presenting, and the top graph shows our pandemic over the entire time of really, and as you can see, we've had 3 waves. We are seeing noticeable decrease in new cases over the last 3 weeks that have continued. So we are now down to 700 cases, an average a day for 7 days. And our positivity has also decreased more significantly in this past week, and we're now at 10.7. Next slide, please. And this reflects really the case rate per 100,000. We are now at 50 per 100,000. As you can see in our region and statewide, these similar downward trends are being noted. Just as a reminder, early on in the epidemic, we developed a guideline: red, orange, yellow, and green, with our red ceiling, the bottom of the red, the beginning of the red, at 25, and so we're still significantly above that period or that situation is regarding our level of transmission in our community. Next slide, please. We are now seeing all ages decreasing, and particularly that middle, high school, and elementary, which have had the largest decrease in the last week. And so everybody's sort of clustering around that 50 per 100,000 that we just talked about. Again, reminder that 98% of these cases are in the unvaccinated. We're seeing very few cases in our vaccinated population. Next slide, please. Both the emergency room and number of new admissions have also decreased and continue to slope downwards. They are remaining quite busy, but the relief of our COVID demands has reduced the stress that has been on our hospital system. Next slide, please. Our vaccination rate remains relatively flat. We're giving about 10,000 new first doses a week. This increases our overall percent of both the total population and those are eligible by 0.5%. So we are now at 65% of our eligible population. Those are 12 and up, and 55% of our total population. We do lag behind the state and some of our peer counties in this metric. Leave that. Oh, one more slide, please. And this just breaks it down by age. No surprising. It is associated with the older population being more vaccinated, but I would note that our younger 12 to 14 are closing the gap and are approximating some of those under 50. I'll stop there, Madam Chair, and be available for questions.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And thank you, sir, for your report. If you look at the trend, what we saw was a decline or confusion about the recommendation on masking back in May. We saw increase in exposures and hospitalizations and cases as that progression of not wearing protective measures or following the measures to increase our numbers at significant rates through the month of June and July, and then school started. And what we've seen since the schools in our county have agreed to a mask mandate, and we've seen an increase in numbers of individuals who've gotten vaccinated, we can see that doing precautions and loving thy neighbor and doing what we can to be precaution is actually showing off in numbers where we're seeing a market decline. I just want to thank the public for participating in this effort, businesses that are participating in the effort, and all those parents that are getting their 12 to 14-year-olds vaccinated. As those numbers do increase, I think will make a huge difference, especially for those children and those families that are experiencing COVID and being hospitalized and unfortunately not surviving. With that, Dr. Holt, there's been recent news regarding the vaccinations possibly being available for the 5 to 12 years old. And that's different from the last time when I asked you this question. Could you give us some idea of what your take is on that, that news that's come out in the last couple of days?
Yes, ma'am. I think based on the information and listening to my colleagues that are much closer to this, I expect to see approval of the Pfizer vaccine for that age group really in the next 30 days. I'm hoping that is accurate, but I have pretty confidence that we will have it before Thanksgiving I'm sure about that.
That's terrific. It's really great to hear. You know, Mr. Dudley had made mention that we've had a target vaccination program. This month we've been working in partnership with the Children's Board. I would like for our staff, and where we partner with the health department, to find out ways that we can actually make that vaccine available for the children that are in our schools. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it. But while we don't know exactly when that's going to happen, I'd like to see that we have a robust plan for making sure those parents have access to the vaccine as soon as it's available and safely available for our students. So thanks so much for your report.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And excellent point, Commissioner Overman, of the pointing out the correlation between the case numbers coming down with the measures that our schools have taken to implement the CDC guidelines of mask wearing indoors and in a high transmission area like we've become, and encouraging vaccinations. Anyway, that's an important point to notice. I have a quick question. Well, two questions. One is, now that home testing kits have become widely available and home testing is becoming more common, do we have any indication of whether home testing is skewing either the positivity rate or the case rate by people, maybe finding out they're positive at home rather than at their doctor's office, and kind of rolling with it for a while to see, or self-quarantining, hopefully. Is there any way of kind of estimating or getting an idea of how that fits into our numbers?
Yes, ma'am, that's a great question, and one we are working on. Just a couple of clarifications. There are versions or types of home testing. Not all home testing are the same. Some home testings you collect, send to a lab, and we get reports from that. They are included in our numbers. Others you do yourself and really are not reported to us. We get word of them often through the schools when parents have come back and have a result that they have, but we are unable to verify that, and that doesn't go into the reporting system, so they're not going to be part of my report. I think I agree with you that we are seeing more of these tests available, but also the supply is not keeping up with demand. So we could use more of those. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. And one more question, and possibly for Mr. Dudley. We've been talking about, and I know there's been news reports of our ambulance service being stretched to the limits, and I know that the shortage wasn't all due to COVID, that the ambulance service was being stretched then even pre-COVID or in the early stages, but now that we're seeing dropping figures, do you see any easing up on the ambulance service as well?
Commissioner, I would defer to Chief Jones on that one.
Thank you. I didn't know if he was still on the call or not.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you for the question. There are numerous factors that affect the overload on the rescue system, the ambulances, for fire rescue especially. And certainly the increased census in the hospitals caused a backup in the emergency room that was felt throughout the height of the pandemic. And when you see a peak, as Dr. Holt has shown, we see a peak in call volume. And we do see that also easing off as the hospital census decrease.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. And it's certainly for, I think, all of us to see some evidence that the numbers are going down is a great sense of relief. I saw just last night, it looks like in Florida, we've had almost, we're just shy, or it's probably over this number because they differentiate at times, but almost 52,000 people in the state of Florida who have died of COVID-19. 52,000. That's a huge number. We're also third in the nation. I think Tennessee, and I can't remember the second state, third in the nation for per capita infections. And when we're, as a state, third in the nation, if we're compared to any other countries in the world, all of our states seem to rank higher per capita than any other nation on earth. So that is very, very, those are really deadly, actually, numbers, and numbers to be wary of. And finally, I'd just like to say that I just happened to notice, because I read some of the COVID reports from around the country, and I was most amazed. I'm not sure if that was after 1 week of attendance or 2 weeks of attendance, but in San Francisco, where they have, or in San Francisco School District, where they have very, very high vaccine compliance as well as masking in their school system, I thought it was stunning. They had zero reported cases of COVID. And that's certainly evidence of what a difference we can make with our personal responsibility and exercising those kinds of measures that are available to us. So with that, and seeing no further comment on that, thank you, and Ms. Wise.
Thank you. Our next item is item F4. This is Commissioner Overman's item to receive a presentation from the Florida Housing Coalition to establish the Community Land Trust. So with that, we can turn it over to Commissioner Overman.
Commissioner Overman?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am so excited about this item. I can hardly see it straight. It has been a culmination of years of hard work for so many members of our staff, stakeholders, affordable housing advocates, including the members of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, of which I share that role with Commissioner Myers. Cheryl Howell, Nancy Takamori, the team at the Florida Housing Coalition have done a stellar job of presenting to us with a framework for developing a community land trust, a charitable trust that here in Hillsborough County, based on the best practices and lessons learned from other Florida land trusts. The establishment of a CLT, or Florida Community Land Trust, will add one more tool to our affordable housing toolkit to address the ongoing issues associated with displacement and residents being priced out of markets, which we all know are completely on fire in Hillsborough County because everybody wants to live in Tampa Bay, right? So we've got to find every tool we can to be able to address the concern that we have for communities. As far as this tool, it's just one of many, and I look forward to the continuing work of our amazing affordable housing developers and nonprofits as we work together to bring this solution to reality. Finally, after the presentation, I'll be making a motion, which will include a financial component, which is seed money for the program. It's not ongoing, but it's in order to help the program get up and running. The money is essential to start this initiative, as it's rather complex, and we want to make sure we get it right. And it will provide the funding for the next 3 years to get them up and running and to set the stage for self-sustaining program. It is with my honor I'd like to introduce Mr. Ashon Nesbitt, the Chief Programs Officer and Technical Advisor for the Florida Housing Coalition, of which we've contracted to assist us in bringing this to you for consideration. Mr. Nesbitt, please proceed with your presentation.
And good morning.
Morning.
And shall I share my video, or are the slides available? Here we go.
Does communication have the slides available to share?
Yes, they're up on the screen.
There you
so
go.
much.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Commissioner Overman, and thank you to the entire commission for your time this morning. Happy to present the progress that we've made with your wonderful staff, Cheryl Howell and her entire team, in Affordable Housing Services, and Nancy, the attorney. We've done tremendous work over the last few months, and we're kind of coming in at the end, as Commissioner Overman said, of many years of talking and discussing. And so happy to present the progress that we're making so far. Next slide. So just really quickly, just a reminder as to what a community land trust is. And as a concept, it is a strategy, as Commissioner Overman said, one tool in the toolbox. And what it is a vehicle of separating ownership of land from the building. For those of you who may be familiar with commercial real estate, land leases is a very common thing, and this is a kind of a tool that's been translated over to affordable housing, and the separating ownership of land from the building. And what that does is, through that ground lease, it captures all of your public investment into making that house or those units of rental housing, for example, affordable. And it captures that and retains that investment in the land or with the unit so that those units or that house becomes permanently affordable. The Community Land Trust is also the nonprofit organization that holds title to the land, and in the case of home ownership, sells the home on the land and administers a 99-year ground lease that keeps the home affordable for many generations, one family after the next. Next slide. And so, as mentioned, we're the Florida Housing Coalition. We operate what's known as the Florida Community Land Trust Institute. We worked all over the state with establishing community land trusts, and you can see where CLTs are currently throughout the state. Several new ones that have just happened over the last few years, and we've had the opportunity to work in each one of these communities to establish or to sustain or to help sustain through training and technical assistance about 21 community land trusts throughout the state, and happy to add Hillsborough County to this map. Next slide. And so now we're going to talk a little bit about what a CLT can look like in Hillsborough County. As you, going back to the previous slide, there are 21 CLTs, and there may be some others. And so every community is different. And as Commissioner Overman said, we want to get it right, particularly for Hillsborough County in your particular context. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what a CLT in Hillsborough County can look like. Next slide. And so thinking about, what will help the CLT in Hillsborough County be successful. Very often, CLTs, as they're getting started, receive operational support directly from local governments. CLTs we like to think of as kind of special nonprofits that have a really close relationship because they're stewarding over a public asset in perpetuity. And so a lot of them get started through operational support from the local government. And so that involves identifying funds for startup and potentially ongoing operations, and looking at how that can happen, how it can be sustainable long-term, and things that go into that, staffing, thinking about the educational outreach. There'll be quite a bit of community engagement that will need to happen at the very beginning, technical assistance from Florida Housing Coalition and others, and just the regular costs that involve with operating a nonprofit, overhead costs, and the long-term stewardship costs of stewarding those assets and forever. Access to land, utilizing county-owned land, which is pretty common for nonprofits. to be able to have access to land. And we're going to talk about those instances where the CLT may receive priority, access to subsidies such as SHIP for purchase assistance. These are the things we're starting to look at in more detail with staff and how to utilize the existing subsidy sources with the CLT model. And of course, the long-term sustainability of the nonprofit. We talked about, having a CLT that just does stewardship only, and we know that that's not going to be financially sustainable long-term. And so looking at other activities that the CLT can engage in that are both mission-based and provide a source of financial sustainability for this new nonprofit. Next slide. And so when thinking about Hillsborough County and looking at some of the other CLTs throughout the state, we thought that the CLT of Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast would be a good model for Hillsborough County to follow after. This CLT was created by Palm Beach County in 2006. It was formed through direction from the Board of County Commissioners there in partnership with their housing office, who worked to recruit board members. They also worked with legal services in that area to do all of the initial formation with the legal documents, setting up the 501c3 filing with the state. So all of that was really kind of directed and done with the local government, along with some other stakeholders in the community. But it was always set up as a separate 501c3. And it started in 2006. And in fact, one of the staff members that was involved with kind of the original study in the organization was hired immediately to become the executive director of the CLT. And the CLT received startup funding from the county. They received around $200,000 for 2 years of operating. And they also received land and development subsidy. They currently have 62 single-family homes with many under construction right now, and 80 multifamily units. And they're just wrapped up 24 single-family townhomes on development, which you'll see on the next slide. And this is Davis Landings West. This is that 24 unit development that they just wrapped up. This was on county donated land, so this was on surplus land. And they used this land to develop a very beautiful 16 single family homes and 8 townhomes. In addition to the donation of the land, they received $1.7 million in home funding, which was used as gap financing, as well as impact fee assistance, and all of that entire investment now is captured in this development, and these homes will be permanently affordable. And one thing I'd like to mention here, the CLT of Palm Beach County recently did a study on the initial investment, which when they started in 2006 was through the NLP program. And they've shown how that investment has grown over time, the value of that investment has grown over time, and how 2/3 of those homes today, based upon market values, would not be affordable if it was not for the community land trust and those homes being permanently affordable through the ground lease. And so you can really see how investment in a community land trust, it grows over time as opposed to diminishing, and you can really have the opportunity to create permanent affordability. Next slide. And so here's a breakdown of their current revenue sources. You can see that the majority of their revenue today comes from a combination of developer fees, management fees through the rental properties that they own and manage, any proceeds from sales of homes that happen. So the CLT has really become much more self-sustainable over the years. The remainder quarter of the money comes from government grants, corporate grants, and other sources. And so really through that initial investment, the CLT has really grown to become a very self-sustaining operation and creating a permanent asset of community affordable housing in the community in Palm Beach. Next slide. And so going back again, we kind of talked about what the activities of the CLT would be. We know that stewardship will be one of those, managing and those ground leases and being sure that the homes that are built stay permanently affordable. So that's a given. But looking at other ways, again, for long-term sustainability of the CLT, and these are our recommendations to look at, for example, program management for some key programs such as the new density bonus program that's underway. And also looking at, and this is really the key here, the CLT being a co-developer with other actors in the community, other nonprofits, other for-profit developers on CLT land. And we'll talk about instances where the CLT would be prioritized. And really looking at this, the intention of the CLT being a resource for others rather than being another competitor, and also, again, the long-term financial sustainability of the organization. Next slide. And so when thinking about the CLT and looking at your existing policies for property disposition, I wanted to think about ways or times when the CLT should be prioritized. And these are recommendations that we're discussing and that we've put forth, looking at, for example, whenever there's development along a key transit corridor. And we know that can create cases where, again, that could put properties or other existing residents in risk of displacement. And also, these are just well-located areas where you want to have affordability and maintain it permanently. So looking at developments along key transit corridors where you're planning to put in rail, bus rapid transit that exists now or in the future. Developments that are part of large-scale redevelopment efforts. Again, this is another instance where displacement risk can happen. And so looking at, what portion of that you want to maintain as permanently affordable, and as well as developments in current places where there's sales prices or rents that are higher than the county median. If there's opportunity, for example, to acquire land, or the county comes into land in these areas, these are great opportunities where you want to have permanent affordability because these are likely areas of choice, likely areas where prices will continue to become more unaffordable. And so if you can get affordability in these areas, this is where you want to get it and maintain it forever. Next slide. And so thinking about what that initial investment would look like, and this is just an initial operating budget with an executive director and an administrative assistant. So thinking about, what that initial investment might look like for just a kind of a bare bones operation. So we're looking at around $250,000, and that's broken down here for personnel expenses, administrative overhead. And we'd like to make a note here that this administrative overhead could be covered through in-kind services through the county, providing office space, providing equipment. And we know that that's something that's been done before. And as well as real estate carrying costs. So the value of that equals $250,000. But again, some of that may be covered or through in-kind services through the county. So not an additional cash outlay. Next slide. And so looking at next steps, what would be next? Identifying a source of startup funding and continue to work with the AHAB subcommittee, which has already been established for the CLT. And Cheryl and her team will continue to work with them on the planning efforts. And then, once all of that comes together, directing staff to identify properties for the CLT. The CLT, the new board, will continue to work with FHC. We'll work also to recruit board members as well, with at least one of those members representing the county's interests. And that's very, very important, so that there's accountability on the board to the county in return for the investment, incorporating the CLT entity, again, hiring staff, and then we will continue to be here as a resource to the board in drafting and adopting legal documents so the CLT can become fully operational. And I see Cheryl here. Would you like to add to this?
Ms. Howell, thank you, Mr. Nesbitt, for that presentation. And thank you for your effort in this critical role of us looking at this opportunity. Ms. Howell, did you have some comments that you'd like to add?
I'd just like to add that we have worked closely with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and worked very, very closely with Florida Housing Coalition's team. I want to thank Ms. Jamie Ross for all of her support and the insight of Cody Glazer, which is the attorney, and of course Mr. Nesbitt, who is very, very knowledgeable in this field. So I think this is one of the tools that we utilize, and we will, if approved, we will, this will be a complement to what we're already doing, not a replacement to anything that we're currently doing.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You know, one of the ways that we know that Americans actually build wealth in their families is through home ownership. And a program that allows a family that actually is either inheriting land or wants to develop land or looks to do this, this gives them the affordability that they're looking for building that wealth. Because if they were to sell it in the future, they do participate in the increase in value over time. So with that, I'd like to entertain questions, but I also want to make a motion. So which would you prefer? I can make the motion and then we address questions?
If you can make the motion. I don't have anyone asking questions at this time. So.
Okay, great. So my motion is that I move to, one, receive the presentation from Florida Housing Coalition to establish a community land trust. 2, add an appropriation request for startup funding of $750,000 to the flag item list for consideration at tomorrow's meeting, the 9/23 budget adoption public hearing. And then 3, to direct staff to work with the appropriate partners to establish the community land trust and board and bring back to this board a follow-up report within 90 days. And that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman. It's been seconded by Commissioners Smith and Myers. Is there any other further comments at this time? Well, I'll make a few comments, and I'll just say thank you. I think it's a great idea, and it was very interesting to see the PowerPoint presentation. One thing that I was really interested in is the pie chart showed 74% of the income to build these places or sustain them comes from developer fees. So, and that was in Broward or Palm Beach, I think. So that made me very interested because whatever that is that provides that apparently can still be done and hasn't been preempted. Maybe we should keep it a secret to provide an opportunity for affordable housing. And I'll just say I'm extraordinarily concerned about what is happening, especially in Hillsborough County, where there's lots of speculator investment. We have, as I understand it, some 10,000 homes owned by 2 private corporations, and they're targeting homes in Riverview that are 3-bedroom, 2-bath in good school districts to take over corporately and then rent them for far more. People that are doing their first homes are shut out. They don't have the on cash to offer in a split second. to even be engaged in these homes. And it's really a kind of new phenomenon, but that's 10,000 homes that are out of our market where people can't build wealth and can't have those opportunities. I keep hearing a lot about how nobody wants those. They'd rather rent them. But I have a feeling that that isn't exactly true. I think there's a lot of interest in still owning a place, whether that be a townhouse or even a condo or whatever it is, to look at wealth building and for the next generation. Certainly had a huge impact on equity and other issues as we go forward. The other thing is that I was reading recently an NPR story, and I just looked it up again to see. They said the lack of, they call them entry level homes, which they defined as no frills, 1,400 square feet. And that in 1982, some 40% of homes qualified as that, and now it's down to 7% because there's no incentive in terms of builders doing that. But they said that even though those aren't the things that make the house lower cost, and that's the problem, it's not how you design it or how few square feet or the no frills, it's really the cost of land that is escalating everything. So I think this is good. I think it's something that we should really be looking at, and thank you for doing the work to bring it to our attention. I just have one question just in terms of the modeling. I'm just wondering, and I don't know how these are modeled. I know very little outside this presentation and some conversations I've had in the past, but is there any ones that are done? I'm just wondering about our county resources or it being like part of the county and something like that, as opposed to a private, not-for-profit.
Thank you for the question, and I may ask either Mr. Nesbitt or Ms. Howell to do it, but in the consideration that the advisory board was looking at it, we found that having it in a nonprofit framework did several things. One, it did encourage charitable donation to the property, especially, and as a financial planner, I recognize that sometimes in settling an estate or in financial planning efforts, a charitable contribution of something of asset that's a fixed asset might work well for the individual and or the family. But more importantly, the charitable land trust does have greater flexibility than the county has in some circumstances. And it actually creates a nice opportunity for developers to really participate in this process and really assist us in building homes at a faster rate than we can as a county government. So to answer your question, I had concerns about that too. Wouldn't it make sense to keep it, in-house? But given the tools that a nonprofit has available that's not available to a county government, the recommendation by the Florida Housing Coalition seemed to imply and seemed to prove that greater flexibility is an asset that we would love to capture through this framework. When we come back in 90 days to do that, we'll make that more clear.
Right. And I'd like to understand those developer fees a little bit better, even if it's not here, but just to understand it.
Well, I appreciate the support for this effort. And Ms. Howell, did you have anything you wanted to add to that to make that more clear?
Yes, I'd just like to say that, certainly this is not to replace what we're doing. We are going to look at all of our lands available. Any lands recommended for conveyance over to the CLT will come back to the Board of County Commissioners prior to that for approval.
Right.
So we have a grading process that's already in place. We're integrating another level for CLT conveyance and updating our policies as well.
Great. And I don't see any other comments. So we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioners Smith and Myers. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next two items are related. Item G1 is at 10:45 to receive the Kimley Horn report for the Ferry project. And this is related then to item B3, which we will take up after that. So with that, we have Tom Fass and Corin Beam from Kimley Horn to present the item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Fass, Assistant County Administrator for Public-Private Partnerships. Before we begin, I wanted to update the board that yesterday Pinellas County approved the interlocal agreement for the Cross Bay Intercity Ferry. This was the last approval required to move forward with that service, so that's good news. Staff report G1 is submitted in response to the board's direction for a report on the ferry project. Specifically, the board asked the report to address project capital and operational needs over the life of the project, roles and responsibilities, potential funding sources, project timelines, and a project risk analysis. Kimley Horn is here to present a brief overview of their report. Following their presentation, we will be available for questions. Additionally, agenda item B3, like Bonnie mentioned, will follow for board consideration of the second interim agreement between the county and the project developer. And Don Dodge is here from Kimley Horn to present the report. Don. Don, I believe you're muted.
Tested this. All right,
Yeah,
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Now can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it as
Perfect.
well.
All right, thank you guys. So as Tom said, we put together a short presentation to summarize the report that we have put together. So quick project overview as outlined. This is based on the 2019 HMS business plan. So the ferry project includes two components: the intercity service, which is year-round between downtown Tampa, downtown St. Petersburg, and the new South County terminal, in addition to a new commuter service, which will be between South County and MacDill Air Force Base. This is a map showing the different routes. So there will be 4 vessels that will be obtained, with 3 in support of the commuter service between South County and MacDill Air Force Base, with a service on which will be served during commuter hours, peak commuter hours. And then in off hours and weekends, there will be service between downtown Tampa, South County, and St. Petersburg. The roles and responsibilities as proposed in the business plan include Hillsborough County providing securing the capital infrastructure, and with HMS being the operator and South Swell developing. An outline of the capital cost for operation and maintenance costs. HMS has estimated $5.8 million for the first year, with a total of $175 million over the 20 years. The capital costs were estimated to be $48 million in 2021 dollars, extrapolating that, assuming a 2024 construction, that's estimated to be $54 million. We've also estimated approximately $258,000 annually over the 20-year project lifetime for capital improvements. In addition, it's anticipated that there will be government project oversight. So we've estimated $150,000 annually to have 1 full-time employee dedicated to project management and oversight of the project. So within the report, we have detailed the potential risks and benefits, with benefits being, ease of congestion and reduction in vehicle miles traveled and environmental. But it should be noted that the benefits will be vetted and refined through an independent financial analysis by an outside consultant that Hillsborough County will hire, and this is a Florida state statute requirement for P3 projects. The potential risks are, include financial, operational, and schedule, which are outlined within the report. So for the next phase of work, this is the estimated fees through 2024, with the estimated fees in fiscal year 2022 being within the $1 million that was budgeted. This is the anticipated project schedule, assuming that the project moves forward and begins in October 2021. That will begin, kick off the site assessments as well as the necessary preliminary design to get the NEPA and environmental assessment process going, as well as the negotiations with MacDill Air Force Base as well as Mosaic. This estimates construction beginning approximately in late fall of 2024, but that will not occur until a key date will be when the comprehensive agreement is agreed upon. So with that, the next steps, the second interim agreement, which is the next item after the summary report, which will kick off the site assessments, preliminary design, and kick off the permitting process. It's understood that $1 million has been identified for 2022. The independent financial analysis will begin and will support the negotiations so that the comprehensive agreement can be agreed upon prior to construction begins. And with that, we have pretty much the whole team here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And with that at this time, I don't see any questions by anyone from the dais. So I guess with that,
Commissioner, we just need the board to receive this report, and then we can move on to item B3.
I will do that. And do we have a motion to receive the report?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen to receive the support, seconded by receive the report, seconded by Commissioner Overman. And seeing no further comments, can you please do a roll call vote?
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you all. And I just want to also acknowledge Clarence Ng's work on this report from Kimley Horn. I know he's in a health situation now, and we're all with him. So I just like to say that because he's worked on this for several years. And Ms. Wise.
Thank you. And the next item would be item B3. This is to approve a Tampa Bay Passenger Ferry second interim public-private partnership agreement between the county and HMS Ferries in South Swell. And Tom Fass will present this item as well.
Thanks, Bonnie. Staff is recommending approval of agenda item B3, which is the second interim agreement for the ferry project. The second interim agreement will require approximately $3.77 million in funding over the next several years, as Kimley Horn just outlined. The proposed FY 21-22 budget contains $1 million for the next phase of the due diligence necessary to develop a comprehensive agreement on the commuter portion of the ferry project. Additional funding of $2.7 million will be required to complete this due diligence after the upcoming fiscal year. Over the next several months, staff will work with our financial advisor, PRAG, and HMS to conduct the financial analysis required by Florida statutes for P3 projects and as outlined in the Kimley Horn report. This analysis will be provided to the Commission prior to the budget being developed for FY 22-23. Unless directed otherwise, at that time, staff will include $2.7 million in the FY 22-23 budget to complete the remaining environmental assessment, engineering, and design work contemplated in the second interim agreement and just outlined by Kimley Horn. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. We also have representatives from the project developer who can answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have the project developer on, but Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Did the project developer want to add anything to the staff report before my comments?
Is there anything the project developer would like to add at this time?
Commissioner, Madam Chairwoman?
Yes.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Just on behalf of our team, HMS and Southwell Development, the working relationship with Mr. Vass and Mr. Cordell and county staff and Kimberly Horn has been really exceptional. There's been a tremendous amount of give and take and information sharing. And I think the report's very thorough and very professional. And we think this process has been very helpful to us. I think to Hart and T-Barta. MacDill Air Force Base certainly came up to speed on this. It was a great opportunity to get everyone up to speed from where they were, because there's been a 2-year hiatus. The fact that the county commission is going down this path yesterday or today maybe, was important to Pinellas County's vote yesterday. So I just, on behalf of our project team, just say we really appreciate the professionalism of Hillsborough County staff in this, and we wholeheartedly endorse the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly support this project that reduces cars on our roads, reduces nitrogen pollution in our bay, which we've all become aware of recently. And it uses our waterways to take people to the places they want to go in an incredibly cost-effective way. When you consider the cost of widening roads, this project is a supremely inexpensive piece of our transportation system, relatively speaking. Widening roads can cost up to $25 to $35 million per mile. So in the context of that, we can't hope to pave our way out of gridlock and our traffic problems. We must add to our transportation system options like this, transit options and alternative transportation options. This plan is to build on our current Cross Bay ferry service and expand it into a premium congestion-proof transit service connecting South Hillsborough County with St. Petersburg and Tampa, and finally culminating in a service that will require zero operating and maintenance subsidies from our county, because this operator has made us the unprecedented offer of taking on those costs when we get to that point. So the item before us today takes an important step toward that goal. This is a great regional transportation project that brings customers to those very businesses that have been hit hardest by the pandemic. Restaurants, shops, and theaters in our hardest hit areas. And, you know, that's part of the reason why 7 of the area chambers and pro-business organizations are supporting this project across the county, from Riverview Chamber to the Tampa Bay Partnership and all those other chambers that Mr. Glover mentioned to us today in his remarks. They are supporting this because they understand that this transit project supports local businesses, and that means jobs and economic prosperity for our citizens. South Hillsborough County has about 250,000 people now, and we are growing, as you all know, at a phenomenal rate. And as a resident of that area myself, I can tell you that the communities of South County have a keen interest in taking the ferry to Pinellas or downtown Tampa for dining and shopping and concerts and events. not to mention the beaches that can be reached from the ferry terminal across the bay. Residents of Sun City Center, Riverview, Gibsonton, Ruskin, Apollo Beach are all pressing us to expand on this Cross Bay Ferry and take it to the next level. So they can get to these things in an enjoyable way without having to cross the Skyway, without having to cross the Howard Franklin in some of its most congested times. And, you know, many people would rather ride the ferry. It's 40% of the ferry riders are making trips that they would have made by car, but prefer to make by the ferry. So with our yes vote today, the current 6-month seasonal service between Tampa and St. Petersburg will be expanded a little bit each year until we can get to that full ferry plan with 4 ferries running between St. Petersburg and Tampa and South Hillsborough County year-round. And I can't wait for that day. I am just so excited about this opportunity, and I hope we will all continue working together to build that robust ferry service that will take thousands of cars off our crowded roadways and bridges and connect our region with a fun, congestion-proof travel option. And with that, I'll make the motion to approve the staff recommended motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. And Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep my remarks brief because I'm fairly certain I know how the board's going to vote. I was an early supporter of the ferry because I long believed that our waterfront was one of our most underutilized assets. In fact, I was the one that made the motion to fund the initial PD&E study. However, through the years, it became apparent the ferry is not a prudent investment. As the Kimley-Horn report indicated, the county will be responsible for $54 million in capital cost, plus an additional $5.2 million over 20 years for capital improvements, as well as a position estimated at $150,000 a year to monitor and have oversight over the work, which will only result in, according to the study, at most 1,250 cars are being taken off the road. In my opinion, this is a colossal waste of money for very minimal ridership. The money would be better invested improving our roads or expanding real transit opportunities. We can impact the lives of far more people this way. We need to stop. I mean, this action today just continues to throw good money after bad. All that being said, I have always supported the cross-barrier intercity ferry. I still do. And I would just recommend that if the board is inclined to move forward today, I would strongly suggest we only approve the 1-year study, which is already funded. And then after we get the additional critical information back, the board can make a determination if you still want to continue with this financial boondoggle. Thank you.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I want to say I take this from a different perspective. This board has asked me to serve to the Military Advisory Council that we heard from this morning during public comment through the Chamber's participation in supporting MacDill Air Force Base and the personnel that not only work there, but the people that live in our community that utilize the base for resources and other activities. And honestly, also an observation that I happened to be in South County this weekend at a wonderful ribbon cutting. Thank you, Commissioner Cohen, for allowing me to share that experience with you. And the first thing out of the first business owner's mouth was, "Thank you for supporting moving the ferry forward." You know, the staff, I want to thank the staff for really going back and revisiting this process. The due diligence to go back through all the agreements and modifications, to meet with the base commanders and their staff to get their read on what they understood, what they knew, what they needed, what they're willing to consider, their concerns, was a wonderful, wonderful experience. Because every time I have the opportunity as the liaison to the DOD, that I meet with the personnel that are on the base, what I hear from them is, we want another way to get there. And as one of the larger employers in Hillsborough County, I think it does make sense to look at every option we have to create a matrix of mobility to address the needs of Hillsborough County residents and those that actually travel to an incredibly important resource that we have as an employer, that's MacDill Air Force Base. So I am thrilled to see that we actually are going through, you know, every haystack needle to look at where the best opportunity for framing this solution for our citizens. And I want to thank the staff for going through this process. And I'll stop there.
Commissioner Cullen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not going to repeat the excellent points that Commissioner Smith and Overman just made, but I do want to add a few other observations. The first is that the proposed route of this commuter ferry goes from a point in District 1 to another point in District 1. And I would venture to say that, at least for me, both of the embarkation points are major bottlenecks of traffic. And much of that traffic is caused by people commuting in a very circuitous way from South County to MacDill Air Force Base. In all the years that I was on Tampa City Council representing District 4, which is the South Tampa Peninsula, the issue of and the desire for this ferry constantly came up south of Gandy and in the Ballast Point neighborhoods because people very much want to see some solution to the congestion that is caused by all this commuting. And we know that in South County, we're extremely burdened as well. To me, it is, to Commissioner Overman's earlier point, we have to look at every possible way to move people as an alternative to cars. At the rate that this county and this region are growing, it's no longer a question of either or. It's a question of having to look at everything. And that also, I think, includes using our imagination. It's not just about what we're looking at here. It's about wondering what can be in the future. That if we develop this, what else can it serve in the region? How else can we look to move people? It's a beginning. I want to just close by specifically complimenting Commissioner Kemp because she has worked so hard to bring this forward through the years. And as everyone is recognizing that the money is available for this year, it's available because she flagged it. And if she had not done that, we wouldn't have the $1 million to move forward this year. So I'm very excited to see what the next year brings. I know there are some challenges ahead, but we're working on a lot of different strategies around here to produce more dollars for transportation options. And I have no doubt that as time unfolds, if and when this turns out to be the project that I believe it is, we will find a way to make it work and bring our county into the 21st century. Commissioner Kemp mentioned recently a trip to Seattle. I was in Seattle just a couple of months ago, and I took the ferry as a tourist. But I can tell you the people that were on the ferry with me were all commuters. And they were people that don't have to bring their cars into the city center in order to get to work. They have all kinds of options of being able to live someplace, get on a ferry, and get to their work without polluting the environment, without clogging the roads. And I just think that this is something that deserves our support to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The comments that have been shared with us are very good, but I'd also like for us to look at it as a different perspective, because We all know that the ferry would provide a different mean of transportation via water. How people would travel from South County to get to MacDill, back and forth. But the key question today is, how are we going to fund this? The $3 million that we're talking about, we have the $1 million set aside, and we need an additional $2 million to make this project work, to make it the study go a little bit further. I get all of that, okay? But the key question to our citizens is, you're talking about a project that costs $54 million. Now, we all know as board members, and we all been in the various transportation meetings, and staff have said to us, we do not have the funding for the project, okay? We do not have the funding for the projects. So there are two ways that we can fund the ferry project, one being the surtax, the 1% surtax, or the CIT tax. So I think as we vote, and I want to make a motion after we pass this, because I think it's very imperative that we be able to tell our citizens how we're going to pay for something that costs $54 million, and today we do not have the funding for it. And so after we approve the first motion, I'd like to come and make a motion in regarding still the ferry project.
Okay, and with that, thank you so much, Commissioner Commissioner Cohen. I very much appreciate that you mentioned that. It has been a big, heavy lift in a lot of years. And, you know, I started on this as just a citizen, never even knowing, really not even thinking that I would ever be a commissioner here in this position to be doing this, and never thinking that this would last this long as it's gone back and forth, quite honestly. And I know that Commissioner Smith has been involved as well as long, and from that position as well, never thinking also that you would be here. And just to address a few points that were mentioned. For one, we're not passing any kind of budget to support this entire ferry project today at all. What we're doing is moving forward with the study, with the permitting that's necessary, and sometimes takes up to 24 months, with the engineering, with the design, with all the things that would make it possible to move forward. So we're not looking at that. But I will say this, we have just recently gotten notification, and I'm excited about it, from the federal government of what's called a NOFA announcement that there's a funding availability for ferries. And that would support only a legacy system. That is one system that is already in operation. Well, we've had this between Tampa and St. Pete in operation for some number of years. And with continuing that, we could become available, or we could look at that funding. And there were also the state of Florida just announced that without even federal approval for some transit projects, that instead of giving 12%, they would be willing to look at funding it at 50%. And, you know, there's not any, we're not passing anything today in terms of how to fund it. And there can be all kinds of opportunities that are way outside the ones that were mentioned. So I just would like to state that I think it'd be way premature, and we don't really know exactly the costs. And we don't know who will be assigned those costs or how they will be assigned in the end. So anyway, I'd like to address, I wanted to address all that. And did you want to, I guess you've just got up for after. Okay. And with that, I am just thrilled because, as you said, I have been to Seattle, but also as well, I've been taking the ferries in New York when I've been there. And it's a new system that started, and they're packed. They were ordering 150 seaters. That's what we'll have. They immediately stopped and decided to start ordering 350 seaters because they're such a great commuter option and so loved and easy. They make a lot of sense. We're blessed that we have waters that we can use this on and take some relief off our roads. I know I hear a lot about getting cars off the road by helicopters and all this. Well, the water, it serves the same purpose for us for the places it exists. So with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Overman, and seeing no further discussion.
Madam Chair, before you call for the vote, I did have my hand back up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had it for afterwards. Okay.
Okay. I'd just like to state for the record, I've done my research on this, and when you mentioned the FDOT does not have any plans in place for 50% funding for the ferry. They have not changed their rules, and this was vetted yesterday when I had a conversation with the secretary, because that was one of the things I was looking into. So I'm not trying to kill the project. I'm trying to make sure that our citizens, when we getting ready to vote, to know where we're going to get the $54 million from for the future for this project. It is a win-win for Hillsborough County to have a ferry project, but at the same time, it is vitally important for me, representing District 3, and to tell anyone else that asked the question today, how are we going to fund this project? I would like to be able to tell them. I would not want to support a project and I don't know how we're going to fund it.
Okay.
So I know what we're voting for. That is real clear. I know what's on the agenda, what we're voting for now, but it also relates in the report what it costs as well. So I want to be clear with that.
Of course.
Thank you.
But, and just again, twice we've had it announced, and most recently Friday at our transportation management TMA meeting, which Commissioner Overman actually chairs, a regional meeting where it was made clear again with the several questions for the second time by the secretary that will be a new transit funding option. It doesn't say that it's allocated to anything yet. In fact, it's not even a final approval, but the possibility of that is out there. But with that, we have no further comments, and I think it's a great time, and I know the enthusiasm and the wait for this has been quite long, so I look forward to seeing this move forward. Please do a roll call.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
No.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Hagan voted no.
Thank you. Thank you all. And Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you. We've already said much about the ferry project, but one of the things we have not talked about the ferry project is how we're going to fund the ferry project in the coming years. And so with that being said, and let me go back and just share with us, all of us have received emails and letters of support for the ferry project, and we heard comments this morning. And all that is very good, because this is something we want and how our county should be enhanced as another way of provide another transportation need here. So therefore, I move to vote on the ferry project of the $54 million, and it might increase on our November 17, 2022, which is next year. The rationale, this would allow the 1% surtax to be voted on by the voters here in Hillsborough County. We all know, as I've stated earlier, we've been in various meetings, and we have been told we do not have the funding to fund the ferry project. There are two ways to fund it. This is either through our CIT tax, which is a community investment tax, which will occur in between 2024 or 2026 will come up for renewal, and our 1% sales tax, which we're going to ask the voters, which we have already voted as a board, to bring back next year to be on the ballot for voting. The ferry project, if our voters approve the 1% sales tax, can be paid for, and that is another way we can push the 1% sales tax, is to tie it with the ferry. We know that we have to find funding, and board members If you disagree with me, you can tell me where we have the money today, because this is what this is about, a future project and funding that we should be able to say to our constituents, how are we going to fund the project? We just voted for it to move forward, but the project is going to come back to us, and we don't know how we're going to fund it. And so what I'm asking today with this motion, let's tie it into our 1% sales tax to get it on the ballot, because that is in 2022. The next option we have is our CIT tax, which the renewal comes up either in 2024 or 2026. And so that is my motion on the floor.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers. Is there a second?
I'm going to second for the sake of discussion.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Commissioner Myers, I kind of get where you're going, and we do want transparency for our constituency is very clear. And my understanding of what we just approved was to ferret out all of those issues, is to get an understanding of the scope of the project, get an understanding of all of the sources of income, okay, that actually, or revenue, income, revenue, granting, federal funding, state funding, local funding, whether it be surtax, sale tax, CIS, whether it be transportation, revenue that comes in to support our military persons. I mean, the whole reason we went back to the drawing table on this last modification was to create clarity and transparency for our citizens and for us, for this board, for our partners in this effort, to create some transparency on how this opportunity would be paid for, so that there is not the assumption that Hillsborough County is going to come up with $54 million. It's just because that's not what's being explored. So I do get the importance of actually helping our citizens understand that we are in a deficit when it comes to funding for transportation and mobility, and that there may be in the surtax plan or whatever we bring to the voters a need to address our mobility methods and resources and funding, and that maybe that surtax, if that is what's decided on by this board to bring to voters, that a piece of that would include this as a mobility option. But I believe at this point it would be premature to suggest that the number you're throwing out there would be solely funded by the surtax at this point. And while I am very much in favor of making sure we have the resources we need for mobility, I'm concerned that by tying this directly to it, there may be some challenges there in making sure that we are presenting ourselves as the most transparent stewards of the dollars that we need to generate for transportation, for mobility, and for our citizens and their businesses. So I have some concerns about the motion because at this point we don't have the information to be able to make that statement in that respect. And I'll stop there.
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Let me start out by saying that I agree with you that there's no question that the 1% and the CIT are going to be options if they exist a year from now in terms of how some of this may or may not be funded. My concern is I think there's other options too. For example, there is a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure bill making its way through negotiations in Congress right now that I certainly hope might include some money for exactly this type of program. And I'm concerned to get ahead of that and say, well, we're going to use this money for it, when in fact, we might find that we have some really good options out there that we don't yet know about. I think it is important that we acknowledge to people that as of this moment, we do not have the money to do this project. I think that is very, very important to say that loud and clear. But I'm concerned about just tying it to possibly the sales tax or the CIT, because we haven't even talked about the state. And just for, I think, clarification, I think that the state started telling us about what they are considering before they made any final decisions on it. And they may have jumped the gun a little bit by informing everybody that they might be changing some of their funding formulas when in fact they haven't changed them yet. So that may be sort of some of the cause for the confusion. But, I also have a lot of confidence, as I said, that if this federal infrastructure bill comes to fruition, that this type of a project might be tailor-made for some of that funding. So I'm all for transparency, but I want to keep all of our options as open as possible. My guess is by the time we're done studying this, things will have changed. If we looked at 2 years ago and looked at what we faced for the last 2 years, we never could have anticipated it. And I feel that we should be cautious in terms of stepping out too far ahead of where we are now. So, but I'm happy to listen to further discussion.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Well, my comments are going to be pretty simple. Commissioner Myers, I don't think you have the votes and reading the board and reading the room, but I agree with where you're headed with this. I'm happy to leave my second on the table and take it to a vote, but I don't think they're there for all it's worth. But I just wanted to state for the record that I think that would be an appropriate course of action at this point, given that the funding is just not there. And I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Cohen, about the federal infrastructure spending plan, but there's always room to pivot along the way. But I like the idea of addressing the issue of funding this project at such time that we know whether or not there's going to be a transportation surtax.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I share, Commissioner Myers, your concern for how we're going to fund our transportation deficits. And I know it's a huge problem, and we do have to start figuring out and allocating funds and prioritizing projects along the way for various funds. I mean, we just recently approved a project widening Van Dyke Road for 2 miles for almost $70 million. 2 miles of road widening that started out at $40 million and added another $30 million when we added a peanut roundabout to it. So these, transportation projects, as I said, can be very, very expensive. And this project, several years ago, when Commissioner Kemp and I were both citizens advocating for it on the other side of the dais, this was half the cost. So it's not getting any cheaper. And I'm glad to see that we're moving it forward today so that we can go ahead and nail that down. But as far as the, deciding today how much of the transportation surtax we can use, I'm delighted to hear Commissioner White is open to using any future transportation sales tax for transit projects like this. That is wonderful, but that, as am I, for using our transportation sales tax, should that pass for transit projects. But that referendum has not been written yet, much less passed by the voters. So I agree with Commissioner Overman that it's premature to be nailing that down. If I can offer you, Commissioner Myers, some more comfort in the kinds of range of funding sources that we will be considering as we go along and hopefully have available. The federal grant money that Commissioner Kemp referenced earlier just became available 3 weeks ago. So we did not know about that. We are scrambling to apply for that right now. As the chair of the HART board, I can tell you I'm having a meeting tomorrow morning to begin looking into applying for that federal grant for ferry service. So things are moving, and we are looking at other options, and I feel optimistic that we will have other options. We will find funding. If we can find funding for the expensive road widening projects that we've managed to fund here, I'm sure we can find funding to do this, and we have more options available to us for that. So, for those reasons, I'm going to wait on deciding where this money comes from and stick with this plan that we've just approved today, which is and by the way, the current step is $3.7 million for the studies needed to figure out the actual costs and design of the boats and the terminals and the environmental issues involved in all of that. But the 0.7 of the 3.7 is going to be provided by developer fees. The first $1 million is only needed this year, and that, as Commissioner Cohen noted, is provided in Commissioner Kemp's flagged item that we've all approved. So, next year we do $2 million, and it'll be 3 years before we really are looking at how much we need to spend and where that money needs to come from. So I appreciate, the caution and the stewardship and the responsibility of figuring out and being able to answer where these monies come from. But I think today's not that day for all those reasons. So thank you.
And at this point, I know that we have Mr. Taranchik available, and I know he's looked at some of the funding for this, and so I'd just like to
Madam Chair, my
let
hand's
him
up.
to.
Madam Chair, my hand's up. I'd like to speak first.
I understand, but I will recognize at this time Mr. Taranchik to respond to some of this, and I will recognize you after.
Okay, thank you.
There's also other hands up. Mr. Taranchik.
Yes, Madam Chair. The Kimley Horn report identifies around 8 different funding pots it's well done. We also have said there's a private sector financing option. Just for a matter of record, when Mayor de Blasio in New York City said, we want to start ferry service, they didn't have a pot of money available, but they saw the need, and it's been hugely successful. HMS actually did the capital financing. The Enterprise Authority in New York City didn't have the money to do it. And so there's also private sector options available on this. As Mr. Fass said, there's going to be an evaluation of the public sector and private sector risk assessment. With respect to what Commissioner Smith said, we're going to work very closely to go after this new federal grant. Pinellas County just sent an email today, said they're going to join in that. So is St. Petersburg. So I think that it's over the years, we've had multiple conversations with multiple district secretaries. We have met with the chief of staff of the governor of the state of Florida several years ago. All indicated that given the regional nature of this project and the nature of the McDill project, it is likely to enjoy state support. There are federal funds available. There's likely other local governments that would be participating in this. So I think there's a wide range of revenue sources that can be brought into this mix. We have never believed, and I used to be a county commissioner sitting in your seats. You try to leverage dollars wherever you can. And the truth is on transit projects, money flows to projects. They don't flow to plans. You need to do the design and engineering and have the environmental permits in place before you can go compete for these dollars. And so the fiscal prudence, of course, is warranted. But Kimberly Horn has really done a fine job of outlining all these different funding sources. And you also have a private sector partner that can bring resources here. So I think Commissioner Overman hit it spot on. This is part of the work product scope that we're going to do. The other thing I'll point out is that there's 15% contingency in the $54 million number. That's also a 2024 number. There's also around $4 million of project costs that are included in that budget number, but we think it's likely they won't be incurred. You know, we're going to find out those details, and there's a very strong working relationship. I think one other point that's worthy of noting, 50% of the miles traveled in this is inner city, and 50% is commuter. So the project, the whole project of the whole, is vastly greater than the sum of the parts. This is both an inner city project and a MacDill commuter project. And the reason that HMS can make this commitment, $175 million operating commitment, is because you have two projects that together make this doable. And that's the far bigger number. The private sector risk here in number is more than 3 times greater than the public sector risk, and that's pretty astonishing. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to Commissioner Hagan. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll be brief. I do want to commend Commissioner Myers for acknowledging the extravagant cost of this project and candidly calling the question on how we're going to pay for it. However, I don't see any downside with the intent of her motion. Yes, there may be other funding options, but the CIT or transportation referendum are the county's only financial options. So I really don't understand the reluctance to support this motion. I do want to ask Commissioner Myers one question, unless I misunderstood. Does your motion prevent state or federal dollars from being used as a funding option for this project?
No. No, it does not.
So that's what I thought. So again, really don't understand what we're afraid of. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, with the motion, if I need to take the amount out, because the two key funding sources are what the county controls. All the other, as you all have mentioned, are options. When we apply for federal grants, you don't know if you're going to get them, but you've applied for them. That's an option, okay? So all those options are on the table. Any federal grant, any state grant, they're optional for us to apply for. They're not written in stone that we're going to receive those dollars. We can say that over 57% of our citizens in 2018 passed the 1% sales tax. And we know we've had conversation. I was on a call the other day with the chamber who's going to support it again, the partnership. So I'm only talking about what we control, what we have a say-so in for transportation. So that's why I brought it up. I think it's key to, as we move forward with this project, so we all begin to think how you're going to pay for something. $54 million, we're not talking about $500,400 or $500 and $40. You know, $54 million that you can't tell your taxpayers how you're going to pay for something. And I do agree the project is worth it. It's a win-win for our county. But at the same time, we need to be talking about how we're going to pay for something. And today we cannot say that to our citizens.
Okay. And with that, I don't see.
Madam, can you repeat the motion? Do you mind? Because I want to be clear on exactly what you're asking.
The motion that I made was to move to vote on the ferry project, the funding. I had the $54 million in there on November 17, 2022, and I gave the rationale of the 1% surtax for that.
So you want us to vote on November 17th, 2022?
Jack would come back for the voting on the funding. That's what I'm asking. Because we don't have funding for it today. We do not have funding for the ferry project today. If it was $6 million, $100 million, from what we've been told by staff, we don't have the funding to fund the project. Mr. Fass, if you're still on the call, do we have the funding to fund this project today?
No, we don't have any funding beyond the $1 million that's in the FY22 budget.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Just for clarity again, we're not passing a budget for this today. By the way, 14 million of this is to build the deck on the land if we end up having that land that Mosaic has now said that they'll provide. 14 million is for road infrastructure for that, and for a terminal, which I think we desperately need in South County. That's land improvements, by the way, and there are other costs in there, just as Mr. Tranchik said, some $6 million contingency built in. But at any rate, I'll just say, first of all, we're not being asked to pay for it today. We do this all the time. We approve all the time for all these road constructions, like Van Dyke. Years before, we did engineering design. We did that. This is less than many times what we've done for that. We don't approve till after we get back that information. We don't do it. And the other thing is, neither the CIT nor the transportation sales tax even exists at this time. So to restrict it to that, and there's no reason to, where there are many sources of revenue for this, way beyond that. So I just think that discussion, I appreciate that you're concerned about that. I wish all the time we would always be concerned about that for everything that moves forward. And frequently, I don't think we're as, we don't do that. So I appreciate that, but those sources don't exist at this time, and so we don't even know if they were. I just say it's very premature. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
And just to piggyback on what Commissioner Myers just said, it's no guarantee that we'll receive federal or state funding, but even to the extent that we do, they oftentimes come with strings attached that the county has skin in the game, which points right back to Commissioner Myers' motion and why I think it makes a lot of sense.
So seeing no further discussion here, we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, seconded by Commissioner White. And seeing no further hands up, can you please do a roll call vote?
Chair Kemp?
No.
Cohen?
No.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
No.
Smith?
No.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion failed. 3-4. Commissioners Kemp, Cohen, Overman, and Smith voted no.
Thank you. And with that, if we could, thank you. And again, I'm just very pleased that we're moving forward overall on the ferry. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. And
it's noon now, so I'm not sure.
Right.
Where, because
what we're going to do. Yeah. But just real quickly, I would like to recognize Tom Fass and Sam Hamilton in the county attorney's office who worked a long time on this. So thank you very much.
I'm so sorry because I had that listed here. Yes, thank you to Tom Fass has done an incredible job of carrying this through. Greg Hordell, I know, has sweated a lot. And Sam Hamilton, I think very often we don't recognize the attorneys involved in this. And I know that there's been just a huge, heavy lift on the part of staff in an extraordinary way. And I'm so sorry that I had that there to do. So I'm so pleased that you brought it up. And yes, we want to very, very much thank staff.
And thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
And with that, it is noon. So if you all would like to break now, we do have a few other times certain items. I think they could both go till after lunch. And what time would you like to break until?
I'm thinking just to give us till 1:15 maybe. Does that work? Okay. We're adjourned till 1:15.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners meeting September 22nd, 2021. And with that, we'll open it up, and Ms. Wise.
Do we need another roll call?
Yes, I guess we do. That would be good. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Chair Kemp,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Hagan,
Here.
Myers,
Here.
Overman,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
White.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise?
Thank you. And pursuant to the request this morning, if we could go to item F1, board appointments. Luann Finley is available to take you through those appointments.
Okay. Ms. Finley.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. You have, your first board is the Hillsborough County Planning Commission. There's one vacancy.
I can't understand her.
Before we begin, Commissioner Smith, would like to speak?
Yes.
You're recognized.
Thank you. And Commissioners, this first board appointment that we're considering for the Planning Commission is a very important appointment for a 4-year term. We need to get the very best representation on the Planning Commission to help us make the best decisions for land use and our comprehensive plan. This board makes recommendations to us on community plans, comprehensive plans, transportation issues, planning issues. And so when putting someone in here for a 4-year term, it's important that we get the best, most complete pool of applicants we can as we choose someone to fulfill this important role. This time, we only got 4 applications by the deadline, and some of those had also applied for other boards, and you know, would be good candidates for other boards. But we've also heard of a few people who wanted to apply but missed the deadline. And so I'd like to make a motion to re-advertise this seat to give everyone who wanted to apply a chance to be considered for this 4-year term on this important planning board before we make this appointment.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith.
I'll second that, but for a different reason if I have an opportunity to comment.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the county does an excellent job. I think the county does an excellent job advertising all positions that are open for people to apply for. When we come into the meeting to waive the rules for those who fail to apply, so we advertise again when we have 4 candidates who have met the deadline to apply on time. So now we're extending the deadline to someone else who wishes to apply. These 4 candidates that are listed right now, we should take them. They met the criteria, they've submitted their applications, and now we're want to change the rule to allow others who missed the deadline or failed to get their application in a timely manner. So I just want to point that out. I think that is very unfair to the 4 people who've applied on time.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I don't disagree with you, Commissioner Myers, but my point really is in line with what Commissioner Smith mentioned. In our description of the purpose of this board, we do talk about, you know, community, promote, involvement, land use, and capital improvements. But I think it's incredibly important that we recognize that the applications and their responses need to give us enough to go on. This particular board, as Commissioner Smith mentioned, you know, involves dealing with everyone in the community to understand our comprehensive long-range planning, our growth management, our transportation, our environmental protection. It does say this in here, but I don't know how to help our applicants give us a good understanding of how they're prepared for that job. And so my argument for re-advertising is to give our current applicants, as well as any new applicants, an understanding of how critically important it is for us to understand that. It's not to say that the folks that applied aren't there, but it is critically important that we have these appointments and we have a commitment to the time that these residents are volunteering to provide us, that they are highly qualified and knowledgeable of the land use, development patterns, resiliency, sustainability, all the things that we ask our Planning Commission to advise us on as part of representing the people in our community. So I will support the motion to re-advertise, but from that perspective. And I do recognize that, you know, extending the application is an issue too. We've done it before. I'm not crazy about the idea. But I do believe that it's critically important that when we get the applications for this particular board, that the applicants are clearly needing to make a case that they are prepared for the responsibilities that are necessary. Is that helpful?
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
You know, I'm sorry. Commissioner White was in the queue. He was.
Yeah, I saw you in the queue, and then I didn't see your name, so that's why I didn't call on you.
Okay.
Commissioner White.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, I hear what you're saying about this being an important board. You and I have largely seen eye to eye on land use issues. We haven't agreed 100% of the time, but for the most part, we're rowing the boat in the same direction towards better growth management in Hillsborough County. But with that being said, I agree with what Commissioner Myers has said wholeheartedly. I think this would set a bad precedent. With respect to the reasoning behind the second to the motion, I believe we have a complete record here that gives us what we need to take a vote. So I'm going to have to vote against the motion on the floor just because of the precedent that it would set.
Okay, and Commissioner Cohen, before, I would just like to say that I looked here and, I would really like to be familiar. The Planning Commission is probably the most important appointment that we make at all, bar none. And it's statutorily 4 years. And we're underrepresented, by the way, on that board under the statute because we have 4 representatives. The city has 4 representatives. There's no other. And you have very little. I would like to see if anybody's applied for that. I'd like to know that they were already out there and engaged. To me, it's not like you should walk into that board not already being engaged. I would say there's many other boards to serve on to get your handle on things. This is to apply to this board when. I don't know. I would expect to be familiar with the candidates, quite honestly, and have seen them, active and engaged. As well, one of the candidates here, they say their position of interest is Tampa Sports Authority, is position applying for. The second candidate does have Planning Commission. The third has Planning Commission. The fourth says Career Source Tampa Bay. And then a second is a secondary kind of thing, and I don't see really where the engagement has been in this community in this aspect. And so I think there's just no board that's more important to have a robust choice out there and a knowledgeable choice to be made. Very, very significant. And it isn't the first time that we've done this. We've done this multiple times for other boards when we haven't found what we thought was a robust enough application group to choose from. So again, I would also emphasize that there's opportunity, I think, for any of these candidates to give more information or to understand more, but I would even kind of hope that I'd be familiar with them right offhand. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Well, as much as I'm sympathetic and agree with what you're all saying, I just find myself in agreement with Commissioner Myers and White that these were duly advertised and the people met the deadline. And, I don't like redoing deals and I don't like giving 2 bites at the same apple. And I was thinking of us, when we filed to run for office, if we miss the qualifying deadline, we miss the qualifying deadline, and that's the way that the rules work. And I just don't think it's a good practice to reopen something for application when we have duly qualified applicants that have come in. I just am not comfortable with doing that. I've given it a lot of thought, and because there were people that reached out to me and said that they wanted it done, but I don't see a good, fair reason to do that to the people that made it in time for the deadline. Were there any irregularities in the way that this was advertised? Were there any problems with it that we know of?
No.
Yes, if we can have Lou Ann answer that, because
Okay.
that's handled.
Okay.
No, we advertised 4 weeks. There were a couple people that didn't reside in unincorporated, so they wouldn't have been eligible. But these were the 4 applicants that got their applications in on time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Smith, you recognized.
Thank you. And as to the precedent setting and the duly noticed, I mean, I understand that as a general policy, but it certainly doesn't set a precedent to re-advertise any of these positions. In fact, we've re-advertised the Planning Commission 4 times before now. Our very last board appointment choice we decided to re-advertise the Historical Advisory Board because somebody didn't get their application in time. That was the reason. So but I also feel that this board, we need to have people that have some idea of what planning is. We're choosing somebody to represent us, the county commission, in making recommendations to us for comprehensive planning, land development code issues, transportation issues, community plan. They will be having a vote on a recommendation that comes to us on the RP2, the WVR2, some heavy land use decisions. And, I just don't want to feel like, oh, well, we got 4 candidates, which is, by the way, a unusually small response to this request. So it is, it was duly advertised. There was, nothing amiss in that process, but it turns out maybe because of COVID, maybe because of whatever, we got an unusually small pool of responses. And looking through these candidates, I mean, one question that I typically ask people who are applying to represent us, to advise us on land development, land use issues is, have you ever engaged before? Have you ever been involved in a community plan process? Have you ever written an email to the county commission or the planning commission about land use issues? Do you know the difference between the comprehensive plan and our land development code? And I'm not seeing any of that in the very few responses that we got here. Maybe I'm missing something, and maybe they're listening, and maybe they will beef up their resume when they, if they were to have a second chance to turn it in with another, a more competitive process. But I am not willing to say, oh, well, I guess we've got to choose our representative from these 4 when I know that there are other engaged people who are, for one reason or another, missed the deadline, which is a reason. That is a reason that we have re-advertised before. It was the reason we re-advertised the historical board last time. This county commission voted to re-advertise that on that basis alone. But here, I'm just hoping I'm just hoping we can re-advertise this to get the best pool possible before we make this appointment for 4 years. Frankly, we need to be confident in those recommendations that come to us from the Planning Commission. It is a little more important than some of the other boards, in my view, and we should take care to make sure we've got the best pool of candidates. So, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion at this time, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman, to re-advertise. Can you please do a roll call vote?
Chair Kemp?
Yes.
Cohen?
No.
Hagan,
No.
Myers,
No.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
No.
Thank you. Motion failed 3-4. Commissioners Cohen, Hagan, Myers, and White voted no.
Okay, so that means we're making appointments?
I guess so. Okay, at this point, I guess we have a vote on this.
Can I make a
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Can I make an observation? Of the 4 candidates that we have, there is a single candidate that has also applied for the County Internal Audit Committee that seems to have excellent skills for that committee, and there was only one applicant. So if we are actually considering those that applied for any and all positions, and since they're able to put more than one name down, and there's only one applicant, before we make a decision here on the 4 that we're choosing, do we want to consider the county internal audit candidate and whether or not we want to re-advertise that before we move on to the planning commission, just as a recommendation, so that we recognize we have 4 or 3 positions to consider?
Would you like to make that motion, Commissioner
I can
Overman?
make the motion that we address that one first. So
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Overman and a second by Commissioner Smith to address the internal audit first. And Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Oh, yeah, in the document that we have for County Internal Audit Committee, it's telling us no voting is required. So the person already have the appointment.
So then we only have 3 candidates, right?
I mean, it's in the book.
Commissioner Kemp?
Yes. Ms. Finley?
The County Internal Audit Committee met and reviewed this person's application, and they are recommending him for appointment. The reason he is on both ballots is because his first choice was the Planning Commission. If he does not get chosen for the Planning Commission, then he is eligible and approved by the County Internal Audit Committee to be appointed to that board, but he would like a chance at the Planning Commission first.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Commissioner Overman, historically, this kind of thing has happened quite frequently, and the way we've handled it historically is if James Shepard were to get appointed to the Planning Commission, when we get to the Internal Audit Committee, that would obviously leave no candidates, so there would be a recommendation by Ms. Finley to re-advertise that one at that point. I mean, we can still vote on your motion, but I just wanted to give you some perspective as to how, at least traditionally, we've handled these. So,
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, and that's why I made the motion. Because in all reality, it does flavor or does impact the decisions we're making with the Planning Commission, for starters. It also, given that we have a letter of recommendation by the committee on behalf of the candidate that doesn't require a voting, Mr. Shepard in this particular case, I think the only decision in terms of taking that up first is the decision to confirm the recommendation by the committee that that's the best candidate that they would like to see, or whether or not we need to re-advertise that position because there's only one listed or one eligible. So with that, I'd like to move the motion forward.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith, and seeing something came up on my screen here. Maybe there we go. Seeing no further discussion, can we please have a roll call vote?
Chair Kemp?
Yes.
Cohen?
No.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
No.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
yes.
Motion carried, 5-2. Commissioners Cohen and Myers voted no.
Okay. So then we will be voting or confirming, I guess, at this point, the position for the County Internal Audit Committee. Is that correct? That's how we proceed, correct? So, I mean, I guess we need a roll call vote to do that?
Didn't you just vote to re-advertise that?
No.
No, we voted to
address it
confirm that
prior
he's
to
the. Oh, God, no, okay. Okay. So that, okay. Do we need a second vote to confirm that? Because
I
we
missed
just, yes.
that.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, so,
I move to confirm the selection for item F1B, County Internal Audit
Second.
Committee.
okay. We have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Overman. And seeing no further discussion, let's have a roll call vote.
Chair Kim?
Yes?
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
No.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried, 6-1. Commissioner Myers voted no.
Okay. And Commissioner Myers, did you want to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, what we are doing now is we have the book of how we should be voting. So we are changing. James Shepard submitted his name in as a candidate for the planning position. Okay? He submitted his name in. So we're going to determine, we don't want you to be on the planning commission, so we're going to send you over to the audit committee. That is not fair. That is not right. I mean, because that's just how we just voted. Okay? Because the first one we should be taking is the planning commission. So we're going to move him to where we want, but not where he applied. He applied for both. And we just sent a message to him telling him, we don't want you in the planning commission. I just want to bring that to our attention. That's all. That's how it appears to me as a board member.
Okay. And right now, we have for the Hillsborough County Planning Commission now, we have 3 candidates. And I'm just wondering, so we still want to go ahead, I guess, with 3 candidates at this point. One of which applied to the Sports Authority as a first choice, and another which applied to Career Source as a first choice. Okay. And I guess at this time, I guess we'll do a vote. Is there? I just have to ask: would there be any reconsideration under the circumstances?
I would do.
Of re-advertising? Okay. Okay. Seeing none, Ms. Finley.
Okay, choose one from the 3 remaining candidates. Commissioner Kemp.
2.
Commissioner Overman.
2.
Commissioner White.
2.
Commissioner Cohen.
2.
Commissioner Hagan.
2.
Commissioner Myers.
4.
Commissioner Smith.
4.
Commissioner Smith.
Sorry, 4.
It will be Jess Luke. Then James Shepard was appointed to the County Internal Audit Committee. For the Historical Advisory Council, I sent an email yesterday that Sarah Junkie withdrew her application, so it will be Andrew Hughes and Allison Smith will be reappointed to the Historical Advisory Council. And then your last board is the Public Library Board. You have 2 positions, one for District 1 and one for District 2. We only had one applicant for District 2, and that would be Lauren Gurin. And so choose one from District 1, Commissioner Kemp.
10.
Commissioner Overman.
8.
Commissioner White.
8.
Commissioner Cohen.
8.
Commissioner Hagan.
9.
Commissioner Myers.
10.
Commissioner Smith.
8.
Margarita Mardisian will be reappointed, and then Lauren Gurin will be reappointed.
Move to confirm F1A, F1C, and F1D.
Second.
We have a motion to confirm by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further discussion, please do a roll call vote.
Chair Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried, 7-0.
Ms. Wise, thank you.
Thank you. If we could go back to our time certain items, the first one is item B6. This is to accept the Florida State Legislative Lobbying Process Audit Report by the county's Internal Auditor's Office. Peggy Caskey is here to present the item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Peggy Caskey, the County Internal Auditor, and I'm here today to request the Board to accept the Florida State Legislative Lobbyist Process Audit Report 2021-17. The Government Relations Division's primary business objective is to obtain needed policies and funding from the local, state, and federal levels of government on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. To accomplish this, the division creates an annual Florida State legislative program as part of its legislative process. The program is comprised of priority areas and issues which represent the board's directed position on dealing with the state in the upcoming legislative session. The audit team's objective when performing the audit was to determine the maturity of the Florida State legislative process. The audit team's scope of work included performing interviews, observation, and testing of activities performed during the 12-month period ending June 30th, 2021. The audit team concluded that the control environment enables the division to achieve its principal and primary business objectives. The audit report contains a few recommendations intended to build upon the control environment that's already in place. The audit was conducted in conformance with the international standards for the professional practice of internal auditing, often referred to as the Red Book standards. Prior to today, I debriefed the commissioners of the audit report's content. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I do not see any questions.
I do.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. And so this, this recommendation, one of the recommendations here is that this department should have written policies and procedures like most of the county departments do. It's in fact, it's highly unusual for any county department not to have written policies and procedures and documentation. Can you speak to that a little bit, Ms. Caskey?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, this department has very well laid out processes. Their design is very good, and the controls are in place. And the their performance of their work lines up with the process that's in place. But the department does not have policies and procedures at this time, but management has committed to writing those procedures and having them in place by year end.
Thank you. And how would the this board, have input into those policies and procedures? Would they come back to us for review at any point? Because, I mean, I think that would be important. This is the, we're talking about the legislative liaison from this board, actually making our legislative agenda and from the elected officials here, and making sure that represents us, and the hiring of the lobbyists, making sure that there's no conflict of interest as the lobbyist work unfolds. Is that going to come back to the board in any way for input?
Yeah, I think that the board could ask management to bring this back to the board for approval, or if the board wanted to have input on that, I think that that's a board decision. I don't believe that that is a county administrative policy, to my recollection.
So, I mean, I think it would be important. This is a legislative and lobbying process representing this board, and so making sure that the written policies and procedures that carry out that job description, not only now with the current people, but in the future as it goes along and hands off to other people. I think it would be important to have board input into the final written policies and procedures. I mean, yeah, one thing I would be looking at is the definition of conflict of interest and how a lobbyist, that we hire would sign off on not having conflict of interest even after they're hired, making sure that as such conflicts may arise, they would be bound by something in writing saying they, that they wouldn't be continuing any work if they're in the case of conflict of interest. And also how the topics for our legislative agenda are vetted by the board to make sure that it's in writing, that all the legislative agenda topics are always vetted by the board, because the legislative session can be going on fast and furious, and things can get being done on the fly, and yet that is speaking for the elected officials. And so making sure that some of those things are in writing the way we want it to express us, I'd like to see board input in that, whether that is an item coming back to the board formally or working with staff as it's developed. I know I would like to have input on it. So I don't know whether we need a motion to bring this back, the final product, as for board approval, or if it's something maybe Ms. Wise could help us understand how we could have some input into that.
Thank you. So typically when there is an audit and management will either concur or not concur with the recommendations, in this case we concurred that we would put those procedures in writing and do that by the end of the year. And typically the auditor does return to ensure that this departments do what they say they're going to do. They have a reasonable time period. Usually it doesn't come back to the board. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that there are very there are procedures that are in place that have worked well through the process, and we do agree that sometimes it does move very quickly. But the process has been very open, and the board has had a lot of input. So I just don't want anybody coming to the impression that the department is doing anything inappropriate just because their procedures are not in writing. So I just wanted to make sure that that got out there. But typically we don't. Usually the auditor is the one who checks back to ensure that we did comply with the comments. But we can handle it in a different way if you certainly would like.
Well, I at least would like to see the final product when that comes back, and be able to talk to you about it. If anybody else would like that, then we can have a discussion to that effect, but at least I would like to have some oversight on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I have an understanding of where you're going with this, but I did want to ask Ms. Caskey, you know, you've indicated that the procedures are solid. And it's just the language around those procedures, or how they're implemented, or how they operate within the department, as well as in how they integrate with us or interface with us and the staff, may be further defined. So, and I think that's, Commissioner Smith, I don't want to speak for you, but I think that's what you're getting at, is like if procedures, given that the auditor is pretty happy with the procedures, and yet there needs to be sort of an operating manual on how those procedures are delivered. I think the board is just asking for a better understanding of what that looks like, so that we can interface effectively with the team. So while I'm not opposed to the idea of having them come back, not necessarily for us as a means of editing any of the policies unless they're separate from what has been recommended and observed and acknowledged by the auditor. But I think it would be helpful for the board to understand how those procedures work, and then how the interface works, so that we can end up with the best outcome. And so I'm not suggesting I want to have a editing contest, but I do think it would be wise for maybe as those policies that handbook is developed, that the board members that are dependent on how that is developed and what their operating processes are have a good way of interfacing with the staff that is and the representatives that are doing this. And that's why I would support the effort of coming back and giving us a report when that's finished, how that operates and how that indicates how we operate with the support staff that is providing us with that assistance. Does that help in terms of what you're describing? Okay, great. So is that a motion? Did you make a motion?
Do we need a motion, or is that just enough staff direction?
We're okay.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And, I just wanted to, I think those are points well taken, Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Overman. I also would like some little more information and review, and I very much appreciated the report that was given to me and some of the points and issues raised, because I was interested in seeing how some of that proceeded in terms of how we evaluate some of the work. So I stand on that as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know that we can, I guess with that, we can just move on, accept the.
Do you need a motion?
We can make a
to accept
motion.
the
Well, we
report?
can.
All right, I'll make a motion that we accept the report as presented by the County Internal Auditor's Office.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no further discussion, please do a roll call vote.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Ms. Wise.
The next item is Commissioner Cohen's item F2, to approve a resolution in support of peaceful protests for democracy and liberty in Cuba.
Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. I appreciate it. I know it is not the normal course of business for this board to weigh in on foreign policy issues, but there has been such an outpouring in the community, and there are so many homes and cars and businesses expressing solidarity with those that are protesting on behalf of democracy and human rights for Cuba, that I wanted to bring this resolution forward because it was passed by both the Tampa City Council and the St. Petersburg City Council in exactly the form that is in front of us today. We have with us today our tax collector, Nancy Milan, and the author of this resolution, Councilman Luis Vieira, and they are both here because it was very important to them. They reached out to me directly to ask if they could speak to us about why they feel this is so important and encourage us to add our voices to those that are calling for change on the island that is just 90 miles away from our border. So with that, I'm going to, is Ms. Milan here, and Councilman Vieira, are you here?
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
And is our esteemed tax collector on the line as well? Well, I'll tell you what, Councilman, if you could start, perhaps by the time you've made your remarks, she will have joined us. I know she was monitoring our meeting today, and of course, it is a little bit after 11:15 right now, but nonetheless, hopefully we'll be able to hear from her. But Councilman Vieira, if you wouldn't mind just telling us a little bit about this.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. It's a good pleasure to see all my friends on the County Commission today. I hope everybody's doing well. This is a very important resolution. As Commissioner Cohen recently said, you would not be alone. Tampa City Council passed this. St. Petersburg City Council passed this as well. This is very pivotal for a number of reasons. Number one being our local area's connection to freedom in Cuba. As many of us know, it was the city of Tampa where Jose Marti, well over 100 years ago, advocated for Cuban independence, and Cubans would come as immigrants to the city of Tampa, to Hillsborough County, to start a life. Organizations like the Cuban Club, Marti, Maceo, and many other organizations would start as a result. Fast forward about a couple generations later, and after the takeover by Fidel Castro in Cuba with communism, you would have not Cuban immigrants, but Cuban refugees, people like my family. They would come to places like Tampa, Florida, places like Miami, Florida, places like Union City, New Jersey, and start over here with nothing but the shirts on their backs, fleeing communism. These Americans, so many of whom are here in Hillsborough County and Tampa, they are Republicans, they are Democrats, they are people of all backgrounds, are looking to elected officials to stand in solidarity with those people in Cuba right now who are simply petitioning their government against burdening response by the communist regime there for simply one thing: the right to have a say in their future and for self-determination. It is so important for local elected officials, as so many have, by the way, to have their voice in terms of standing with the people of Cuba in their long journey for freedom and democracy. This is an issue that affects many, many people here, many of our constituents. I felt compelled to do it because my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandmother came here 61 years ago, fleeing communism from Cuba. And whether you came here in 1960, whether on a freedom flight in 1965, whether on the Mariel boat lift in 1980, or whether just a couple of years ago, that common bond of standing with folks who are fighting for democracy and freedom links us together. So I thank you very much. I'm available for any questions, but I don't want to speak too long. Thank you very much to my friends at the County Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And I see Ms. Milan has joined us.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you so much. Again, Nancy Milan, Hillsborough County Tax Collector, and behind me I have Roberto Pensano, He is a political prisoner in Cuba, and his son, Rafael Pinzano. I thought it was important to invite them here. They're representing 2 generations of leadership among the Cuban Americans right here in Hillsborough County, and have been a big part of what we've seen here in Hillsborough as far as raising awareness. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today in regard to supporting the resolution presented. Thank you so much by Commissioner Cohen. As a daughter of Cuban immigrants and having family still in Cuba, I've seen firsthand how this government has impacted the lives of my family and the Cuban people in general. And while things have certainly settled down here since the July 11th demonstrations, rest assured that the issues of the oppressed in Cuba are still very real. The economic crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic have led to deteriorating living conditions and shortages of food and medicine. The people of Cuba are still crying out for a free Cuba. Commissioners, I understand that there's not a whole lot that we can do locally, but however, what we can do as leaders is to pass this resolution and show our support to the people in Cuba and those folks right here in Hillsborough County. The timing of the resolution can be more perfect as we observe Hispanic Heritage Month. So I ask that we unite and stand in solidarity. We're the 4th largest county in the state with 30% Hispanic population and a home to the 3rd largest Cuban American population in the United States. So I believe it's important that we send a message to our Hispanic community that we truly care and that we're here for them. So I urge you to approve this resolution today.
Okay, and is that?
Thank you. It's always wonderful to see you, Madam Tax Collector. And, well, it's usually happy to see you, unless it's in the mailbox. But thank you. I know there are some other commissioners that
Yes,
would
we have
like
other
to
commissioners' comments, but thank you to both Councilman Vieira and Tax Collector Milan. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
I just wanted to say thank you, Commissioner Cohen, for bringing this forward. And to our lovely tax collector's point, there could, in my opinion, honestly, other than if we had jumped on this like when all the activity was going on in our streets, to help our community show solidarity. Doing so this month, I think also is appropriate because we can really reach out to our community to help them understand that we stand in solidarity with the people of Cuba. So I'll stop there.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I too appreciate the opportunity to make this declaration as a board. And I want to thank Councilman Vieira and our tax collector, Nancy Milan, for coming and speaking so well on this topic. I'm, as you know, half Cuban myself. My great-great-grandfather came over with my great-grandparents, and they are buried here in Tampa. And we've always felt in my family a great solidarity for the Cuban people, as do many of our the citizens and constituents. So certainly I support the rights of Cuban people to peacefully protest, as this resolution says. I appreciate the caveat, the note of caution about this board wandering too far into world affairs outside our purview. But in the case of Cuban affairs, I feel like this community has a long history and connection and a special affinity with Cuba. And so for that reason, I feel like this is a very appropriate I get ordinances and resolution to make from this board at this time. As Ms. Milan said, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, which we celebrate quite a lot in this community, and so I think it's very appropriate for this board to do this one, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Well,
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Commissioner Cohen, you want to?
Well, I just wanted to thank you for both for those comments. And, just in summation, this is important to this board because it's important to so many of our citizens. And that is, I think, what really makes it important for us to express ourselves on this particular issue. So thank you all for your generous comments.
I as well was going to thank you, Commissioner Cohen, for bringing this forward, and for Councilman Vieira for bringing forward, for Tax Collector Milan for speaking today. And as has been said, we do have a special affinity in this community, a special connection to the events in Cuba, and a shared history that's very strong. Even goes to the founding of this place. So
I think we'll move the resolution.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, and it was seconded by Commissioners Overman and Smith? Or Myers? Okay. Okay, and seeing no further comments, can we please have a roll call vote?
Chair Kim?
Yes?
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you. And if we can go back to the regular agenda, I almost missed item B1 earlier, and I apologize for that. If we can go back to item B1, this is it's proposed changes to the rules of order, and Hank Ennis from the County Attorney's Office will present this item.
Hank Ennis, County Attorney's Office. Commissioners, pursuant to the Board of County Commissioners Rules of Order, the rules are to be reviewed after each election by a review committee consisting of representatives of the board, county administrator's office, and the clerk to the board. And representatives of the review committee this year were Chair Kemp, Brandon Wagner, and Tim Simon. And the review committee makes the following suggested changes to the rules of order. The rules have been amended to be gender neutral. Rule 4 was amended to provide for a 10-minute recess after the election of the chair, vice chair, and chaplain to allow the clerk to reset the dais. Rule 5 was amended to require a majority of the board choose the representatives of the various boards, agencies, and authorities unless the chair or any other specific member of the board is required to be appointed as a matter of law. Rule 8 and 9 were amended to clarify certain subsidiary motions and to make the voting requirements to limit debate or order the previous question consistent with Robert's Rules of Order. Rule 12 was amended to allow consent agenda items to be pulled from the regular board meeting agenda after the 4 o'clock deadline on the day before a regular board meeting and before the consent agenda item is approved with a simple majority vote. Rule 14 was amended to limit the number of commissioner-sponsored proclamations and commendations presented by each board member to 7 per calendar year. Rule 18 was amended to remove the requirement that citizens must provide written comments at least a week in advance of a workshop meeting. Rule 18, 20, and 26 were amended to allow for public comment via communications media technology. Rule 25 was amended to add the requirement that all appointments to boards be confirmed by a motion adopted by the Board of County Commissioners. 26 was amended to substitute the word submit for the words turn in regarding public comment forms. And finally, Rule 27 was amended to change the process for individual members of the board to meet with a parliamentarian. Once the board approves these changes, the changes have to be brought back a second time at a regular meeting of the board, which can be approved on the consent agenda. There's one corrected typo I need to mention. Rule 18 references Rule 20, and that should be Rule 26. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ennis. I really appreciate the work on the rules of order by the committee and the county attorney's office, and specifically Christine Beck and Hank Ennis, who both worked very hard in crafting this package of tweaks to our rules of order. Commissioner Smith's gender neutral language is in there, as as well, and that reform was passed by motion some months ago and is included here, so thank you for that. You'll also see Commissioner White's allowance for virtual public comment in there, which I think is really important and a great note there. And we've seen the value of that during this time in our large county. So thank you for that. With that, I'm going to virtually pass the gavel to Commissioner Overman, unless you feel like you need it at some point, and move that we approve the proposed changes to the rules of order as laid out in item B1.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Cohen. I see Commissioner White has his hand raised.
Yes, a couple things. One is I'd like to better understand how we arrived at 7 proclamations per year. What's the math behind that?
Yeah, I'll respond to it. Basically, it was 7 commissioners with 7 each, so that's like 49. So that gives it pretty much that, and the other proclamations that we have come out to 3 a meeting, which is in our board policies. So that does that, and it just is I think a good time management, but it also allows all commissioners to have an opportunity to kind of a chance to do that, rather than we've run into problems where the entire slots are taken up months ahead of time. So.
Got it.
Commissioner White, did I answer your question?
Well, I don't know if we have 20 meetings a year or 22, or, I know we only meet once a month a couple times, but I mean, if there's 20 meetings a year divided by, it'd be 60 proclamations divided by 7 commissioners is like 8.5. If we meet 22 times a year, that'd be almost 9.5. I just, 7's not that many over the course of 12 months. I just didn't know if we wanted to make that number more like 9. I think the math would support that, but that's just my observation, and I'd like to hear further board discussion on that. I guess my only other observation would be with respect to Rule 4, when we elect officers and change seats and all that good stuff. It's my understanding that our current seating arrangements are based on COVID protocol and currently deviate from board policy. So I think if I'm correct about that, I think it would be important today to talk about how we would want to handle that this November in the event that we're still under COVID protocol. And then I just wanted to give everyone a friendly reminder that when you hit your page button, there's an automated recording that pages your aides from your specific district office. And I don't believe that clerk staff can have that updated within 10 minutes. So just know, and that's always been the case, even when we don't have the 10-minute recess. I just want to give everyone a reminder that the page function is never going to be right during the reorg meeting. It's usually going to be the subsequent meeting. But really, the most important piece of that is the fact that we're currently under, as I understand it, under COVID protocol with respect to the seating assignments, and would love to hear from my colleagues about how we might want to tackle that this November if that hasn't changed. And then I'd love to hear some feedback on whether or not we might want 9 or 10 proclamations. I mean, if we make the number 10, there might be a time or 2 or 3 that the chair might have to allow 4 on an agenda, but 10 would be, I think, pretty much support the math. So,
thank you, Commissioner White. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. My personal feedback on the number of proclamations and commendations is 7 is plenty. If anybody wanted to go to 6 on that, I would concur. Having sat in the audience as a member of the public, waiting my turn for public comment or waiting to speak at a public hearing after I've taken off work and made arrangements to get here, and then sitting through what can be a very lengthy period of commendations and proclamations. I'm for limiting that. I can tell you, personally too, I have enjoyed taking proclamations out into the community. And then you can do 30 of those if you want to. You can do all of those that you want. And I enjoy that very much, taking a signed proclamation by all the board and presenting it to some group where they are, where they can all be, and they haven't had to, come down to county center and park and sit here in order to take it. It can be a lot of times more meaningful than having it here. And we also have the quarterly award ceremony as well. And we can put, plenty of commendations and proclamations and honors to people on those award ceremonies. So I'm, happy to have it kind of nailed down to 7 and 3 a meeting, but if there were support for fewer, I would go that way. I would hope we don't go to more. I would like to suggest a little tweak. Commissioner Kemp noted that I had been pressing for gender neutral language in all of our communications and handbooks and as a way of being inclusive and moving with the times. And so I'm really happy to see that we're taking this opportunity to update the language in our own policies to be gender neutral. But there's one place where that resulted in an awkward phrasing that I'd like to suggest we tweak, and that is Rule 16 on page 11 about the special meetings. Near the end, it has a sentence about the county administrator or his or her duly authorized representative shall serve each commissioner with notice, blah, blah, blah. So it was his, and now it's his or her. But this kind of way of adding women in is becoming outdated because it assumes that gender is binary. And his or her, and doesn't include the full spectrum of gender as we are learning to know it today. And so besides that, I mean, whatever you think of that, it's also somewhat grammatically awkward. So I'd like to suggest a minor revision. So it reads like this: the county administrator or the administrator's duly authorized representative shall serve each commissioner with notice, blah, blah, blah. So you don't have to do the his or her, and you just say administrator. And I'll make that a amendment. I'll offer that as an amendment to the motion to adopt the rules to make that little tweak, to change his or her to the administrator.
So is that a motion to amend the original motion? So do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner White, Myers and White. Is that, no? Cohen? Okay. Okay. Excellent. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Well, first of all, I have got to thank Commissioner White. He has solved a great mystery for me. I did not know how I could page my legislative aides, and I just found out. And now I find out when we move, it's not going to work anymore. So,
just for one meeting.
But all kidding aside, I just wanted to weigh in that I agree with Commissioner Smith on the issue of the proclamations. It's wonderful to take them out in the community. But I do think it's important to limit it to 3 per meeting for just that reason. It generally, with public comment, takes us to 10 o'clock. And given how busy our agendas are, I think that it's smart to put some parameters around them. I'm fine with the 7. If others have other numbers they want to throw out, that's fine. But I definitely don't want to see it go over a number that would give us more than 3. And I appreciate the fact that it appears that it'll be done, fairly with equity for all the commissioners to do roughly the same amount.
Okay, great. I'm seeing no other comments. I did have I need some clarity here because in the section 14, or Rule 14, it limits it to 7, and then you made mention, in addition to our regular, proclamations and accommodations. And so I'm trying to figure out what those regular proclamations and accommodations are, because in some cases, each of, we're countywide, so I don't have specific accommodations that pertain to my district other than countywide related issues or events. But for example, in District 4 currently, we have both the Strawberry Festival and the State Fair, which both are in that particular district. So if that is an annual proclamation that we do because it's a tradition in Hillsborough County, and that doesn't count towards the 7, then this is not clear. So I'm trying to get an understanding of the language. Are we talking about what we have previously approved of 3 proclamations a meeting, or 7 per commissioner, in addition to other items that have not been defined in this rule? Because that's where I need clarification. Can you help me, Commissioner?
Well, for one thing, in our already in our board policies, we do limit to 3 proclamations per a meeting. And in terms of the general proclamations, and there are more than you think or remember, for instance, the Yay Awards. Many of us they wrote that up for all of us. There's been multiple ones like there's maybe 10. So yes, there might be like the fairgrounds and strawberry festivals or not the fairgrounds, but the Strawberry Festival and Plant City Parade or something like that. And so there are some particular ones like that. We could just make out a list. And that's why I said, when you say 7, then you have kind of these multiple ones. And again, and I'd really like to emphasize what Commissioner Smith said, because we do have also as well these quarterly opportunities where, unlimited access. So, but those other ones, I think we could do a list, and those wouldn't count against the choices of the commissioners. The other thing is, and I've had to do this in past years because that's what the policy said. If, for instance, you would like to do something, maybe you've used your 7, but you want another one. Maybe you could definitely ask someone, or you could put it on the quarterly, or you could bring it out and do it, which again, I've gone out multiple times to very big events and presented, what I had in a proclamation or recognition that have been very well taken. So it's not to limit the numbers you can do, just in the boardroom at the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. That helps me understand. I'm just trying, for example, we are having the privilege of actually bringing, breast cancer awareness. We've always done that in October. Does that count towards the 7? I'm just trying to get clarity. If we do have a list that would be where the 7, of things we traditionally have done. We've done Pride Month. So
right,
I don't want to take away from being able to do those when we have limited commissioners to 7, and suddenly all of us have done our 7. So that's or at least selected that month for doing a series of them. So if there's clarification that's needed, if we can accomplish what you're trying to accomplish with the language as it's stated, then I'm fine with supporting the motion. But I just needed clarification to understand what that is. Commissioner White.
Thank you, and I hope Mr. Ennis is still on to confirm that what I'm about to say is correct. But Commissioner Overman, if you reach 7 and feel like you need to bring an 8th or 9th to the board, I believe you can just bring it and ask for a waiver of the rules. Now, if the board votes that down, you wouldn't be able to present it. But
I have to find one of you guys.
Yeah,
so
but
yeah, I'm sure you could find someone to exchange with.
Yeah. I don't know if Mr. Ennis is on, but I believe the option to waive the rules is always available.
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir, it is.
My mic went off. Okay, exactly. That's where I was going. Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner White. So we have an amendment on the floor to Commissioner Kemp's motion. So the amendment was offered by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Cohen and Commissioner Myers. Can you take a roll call, please?
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan, Commissioner Hagan,
We may have lost Hagan.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. And to the motion, Commissioner Kemp made the motion. We had it seconded by
Commissioner Cohen.
Commissioner Cohen. Any further discussion? You have a roll call vote, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan, Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 6-0.
Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item B5. This is to approve agreements with ACA, Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration. Gene Early will take us through this item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Gene Early, Director, Healthcare Services Department. Staff recommends that the board approve agreements for state fiscal year July 1st, 2021. through
Excuse me, I'm having difficulty hearing you, Mr. Early.
Okay. Let me see if I can make this a little better. Is that a little better for you?
That is a little better.
Okay, I'll try to do this briefly. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Gene Early, Director, Healthcare Services Department. We are requesting that you approve agreements for state fiscal year July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 with the Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration, or better known as ACA, for participation in the low-income pool disproportionate share and related intergovernmental transfers, also known as IGT, and collectively they're known as LIP programs. The programs require intergovernmental transfers to ACA in an amount not to exceed $43,107,485. It's recognized that the LIP programs are innovative and cost-effective under Section 212.055, Paragraph 4, Florida statutes. This agreement also delegates authority to the county administrator to review, complete, and execute the attached intergovernmental transfers questionnaire for each participating entity requested by ACA. Questionnaire form is required by ACA and must be returned by the county to ACA before October 1st, 2021 submission deadline. There's no funding requirement associated with the questionnaire. The required funding for these IG transfers is appropriated within the proposed FY2 Indigent Healthcare Trust Fund and County General Fund. Since the LIP programs began in 2009, certain Hillsborough County healthcare plan contracted providers have provided in-kind services for the indigent population. It's estimated that we're going to send up $43,107,485 that'll be paid to ACA, which will allow them to draw down an additional $42,494,398 for a total of up to $85,601,883 in funding this fiscal year. And this is in the best interest of the county.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
Commissioner Overman moved approval, seconded by Commissioner Myers. And seeing at this time no further comment, can we please do a roll call vote?
Kemp,
Yes?
Cohen,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wise?
No.
You don't want to be demoted.
That's good. The next item is item B7. This is to have an agreement for design build services associated with the South County Potable Water Transmission Main Project. And Scott Stromer with the procurement will present this item.
Good afternoon, Scott Stromer, Procurement Services. Item B7 is asking the board to select, award, and execute an agreement with the highest ranked and best qualified firm, Westra Construction Corporation, for Phase 1 of the Progressive Design Build Services associated with the South County Potable Water Transmission Main Project for the Water Resources Department at a total cost of $21,772,686.42. This major project involves the design, permitting, and construction of approximately 11.5 miles of 42-inch potable water transmission main, which is intended to expand the distribution network to the southern portion of the county. The project is divided up into 2 phases. Phase 1, which involves design to 100%, permitting, establishing a guaranteed maximum price for construction, and the purchase of certain materials up front. Phase 2 will involve further permitting, the actual construction, testing, commissioning, and handover of the completed project. This award recommendation only involves the services and materials purchased in Phase 1. The services required for Phase 2, which are currently estimated to cost an additional $40 million based on the current market conditions, will be addressed in the future and presented to the board for separate consideration and approval. A disadvantaged business enterprise program participation goal of 10% was established for the project, and the recommended vendor has committed to achieving this goal. Procurement Services does recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. And do we have?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner White moved approval with seconds by Commissioner Myers and Overman, I believe. And seeing no further discussion, can we please have a roll call vote?
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The last item is the Commissioner Kemp, your item regarding directing the county administrator and the county attorney to write a letter to the Florida Department of Health regarding critical information related to COVID-19.
Thank you. I have watched the COVID statistics, actually around the world, pretty religiously every day for a year and 6 months or so, as well as our county every day since they became available. And this item relates to information that comes from the state about COVID-19. Since the beginning of June, the state has limited the information we receive daily about the cases and deaths in Hillsborough County specifically. We haven't been able to keep our dashboard up to date. It's been very, very frustrating to me. They've only provided us weekly statewide information. This limitation's made it difficult for us to make informed decisions. Not knowing the status of COVID-19, and we could have future things in the future as well, puts us in the dark. What should we prepare for? How can we best protect the community and our best interests when we're in the dark and people don't understand the number of cases, how many people are getting sick? For instance, when I think the county administrator made a wise decision to invest and open up testing again. And that was just kind of, we were just feeling, that it was a problem. We didn't even have the information. How do we know what to do without this information? This item simply requests that the state give us this data just like they did before. And with that, again, I'll virtually pass the gavel to Commissioner Overman. And my motion is to direct the county administrator and county attorney to write a letter to the governor and the Florida Department of Health formally requesting that they start providing the county with critical, detailed data about COVID-19 in Hillsborough County, including case counts, hospitalization, positivity rates, death, vaccinations, and other socio-demographic details previously published on a daily basis on its website, the state's website, between June 30th, 2020 and June 3rd, 2021. And utilized by the county to better understand the risks of the virus and to make informed decisions. And secondly, to authorize the chair to sign that letter on behalf of the board.
Second.
And that's my motion.
Second.
Excellent. We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Kemp?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question before we vote on this? Would it be possible to copy our legislative leaders as well as the governor on this correspondence? Because I recognize our Department of Health has a boss, and I think the boss needs to know that the request has been made. But I also believe it would be advantageous to have our legislative delegation be aware that this is an important piece of information that our local county would benefit in terms of assisting us in addressing a pandemic or any other kind of health crisis that would require the Department of Health support.
I agree, and I'll add that into my motion rather than...
Excellent. So as amended, or
Yes.
as added, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kemp, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Please take a roll call vote.
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White. Motion carried 5-0.
Excellent, thank you. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise, did you say that was our final item?
Yes.
Okay.
Our future discussion items.
Future discussion?
What do we have here for the future? Okay. I think we've all been doing our work
Tired
this
people,
meeting.
right.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion.
Good work today, gang.
We'll stand adjourned.
Yeah, I was like...